Some people are just born to fight, I think.
And it's not that they're born brave. It's not that they're born strong.
It's just that the universe has decided that these ones...
These people will have the grit and fire and steel in their blood, and it will be tested.
This cosmic metal of theirs.
They'll face trial after trial, be broken and damaged in countless ways. But they were born to fight.
Maybe this is not the life they would have chosen.
Maybe they'd love to lay down their arms.
But they were born to fight.
It's what they know.
It's what they do best.
It's all they could ever do.
I think that's taken us over, probably, maybe. Hello, welcome. I don't know if you can hear the music that I'm hearing. I hope you can, because it is chef's kiss kind of hype. Welcome to Penny for a Tale. This is episode 84 of Pathfinder, 2nd edition, Age of Ashes, Book 6, Chapter 1, on the tail end. It's a level 18 party. We've been at it for 2 years. You know, it starts off you're saving cats from trees, and suddenly, before you know it, you're killing God. So, let's introduce our cast once again. Starting with Daniel. How's it going, Daniel?
Hey guys, I'm Daniel. I'm playing Sailix Lavendil. It's always crazy. I don't know why I'm super nervous, more so today than any other time, but nah, it's gonna be great.
Go ahead and roll a perception check for me for Sailix. It's for later. Actually, I'll make it secretly. Don't worry about it. But don't be nervous.
What?
Well, I'm just gonna have an
nervous.
anxiety attack now. So if you see me fall on the floor, I have hyperventilated and passed out. So I'm super excited about whatever the hell's going on. There's a Rook who is kind of a Ren, kind of a Rune. We don't really know. So that's going to be fun to find out. And then Sailix also has to talk to Ava about whatever the hell that is. And bearer of maybe not bad news, but bearer of some kind of shit. Anyway, that's all I got.
I'm just gonna place this here and then end my turn. Let's bring it over. Hey, Waldorf, Heart Eater.
Hi.
Had any bad dreams lately, or?
I mean, everybody has bad dreams, right? I don't know. I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's fine. It's just stress. I mean, it's natural, right?
It's eating away at your heart. You know?
Yeah, about that. Hi, everybody. I'm James. I'm playing Waldorf Skysteel, the Heart Eater, the righteous hammer of the Dwarven Gods Armada of the Ravenswood Admiral of the Ravenswood Armada. And yeah, current architect of the new Citadel. So we shall see where we wind up today.
We are absolutely visiting our dear Citadel. let's see. Let's take it over.
Who knows
I think
what
this
Waldorf
is our
has been up to.
Curchanus. Risen.
Hi. Yeah. I am the so-called Hooper. I am thrilled to freaking be here. Just every time I get to be a guest, it's amazing. I love you guys. This is a blast. Every single time. And I get to play with Sam, which I don't think I've gotten to do yet, other than like the one that was like entirely combat and we got like 5 seconds for RP. I'm excited.
All right. Speaking of Sam,
That's
hey,
me.
Ava.
Hey.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
Sorry for ruining Crystal Hue. It was stolen by the god of destruction. I'm sure you'll get revenge, but
Yeah. Something will happen. It'll be great. Hi guys, I'm Sam Scribbles. I play Ava Ravenswood, the matriarch of the Ravenswood family and Citadel Memoria. Have not met Rook. This should be fun. Haven't seen anyone for a while.
like
She
him.
just got a weird, I don't know. We'll see. Ava's nice. At least one of my other characters isn't meeting Rook because things would happen. Anyways. Yeah, I'm just excited
really?
to play. It's been like a month, so
oof.
this will be good.
We missed you.
Okay, so we've talked.
I
We've
missed
talked
you
about the Rook.
guys.
We have missed you. You're not allowed to leave again, Mr. Smith. His face keeps popping up. This young man here.
It does, doesn't it?
That likeness.
It does. It's
just
a little.
will not-
I mean,
Yeah. Oh wow! Look
Bad
how it
popper.
places on that statue. Look at that statue right there. Doesn't that
Oh,
doesn't that
hey.
look like Lamond Breachton?
it does. It looks very, very familiar. Although I think Landon has 2 eyes.
That you know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That is true. Weird, and yet
Yeah. Look, they look
No, I
strikingly
really-
similar.
yeah.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Could be twins. I am Mr. Smith. I will be playing Rook Ravenswood, and we'll find out who that is this evening. Definitely looking forward to it. Hoop, thanks once again for joining us. Love your face on our screens. And I am eager to torment the shit out of Sailix.
Wow.
Yeah, I was talking about you there, big guy.
Okay.
That beautiful mug of yours.
We've chosen violence so quickly. Okay.
need some
well then,
content
I'll get
warnings.
my CW : then they're fighting words. I'm Ian at Ian V James on Twitter. I will only talk about Pathfinder and probably nothing else. I'm sorry to say it, but also you're welcome. Real quick alibis. You're hearing Rock Narden right now. You'll also hear Michael Ghelfi. You will also hear Sirenscape. You will see we are using Fantasy Grounds Unity for our virtual tabletop needs. So you're going to see art from that, as well as art in the sourced from the Adventure Path in Fantasy Grounds Unity. You might see some other art from other sources and other commissions. If you're interested, just ping me. Otherwise, we are sponsored by Fantasy Grounds. We're also sponsored by The Only Sheet, which is an awesome Excel-based character management and party planning tool. If you're interested, go to theonlysheet.com. If I missed anything, it'll be in the description. But that's all I can remember right now. So I'm going to take a nosedive back into Galarian, where we pick up on a predicament. Last we left off, Takarol challenged the heroes of Breach Hill by making the unwise choice to attempt to invade it. A portal opened by the East Gate, spilling out a gift of swine, as he said. The Unforgotten responded swiftly in turn, taking the portal back to Akhenefti, the home realm of the god of magic and knowledge, Nethys, They did not see Nethys. Instead, they saw a shrine of Nethys. Who came out of it? Well, the herald of the god Nethys. Takarol was fought and killed. Who appeared, though, is someone of incredible similarity to not only Rune, but Ren Ravenswood. The Ravenswood enigma, as it were, continues to complicate. The heroes, though, they return to Breach Hill, having saved it yet another time. As things finally quiet down, there's a chance for Sailix to speak to this Rook. Sailix, what would you say? I know the last interaction you had with him was a bit, well, complicated, but would you arrange a meeting? Would you arrange an assassination? What's going through your mind regarding this doppelganger? Sailix is volatile. I don't have to be the one to say that. That's.
That's fair.
That is not me.
That's fair. Fair.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading the witness.
Sailix
Option A, B, C, and D, murder.
Sailix is pleasant and always looks for non-violent options. Always.
Always?
Always.
I mean, he glances for nonviolent options. He doesn't really look terribly hard.
Well, okay, so he uses non-violent options. He uses non-violent options to accomplish violent options, such as beating somebody with another somebody.
Wow.
Sailix would probably... I mean, he probably wouldn't ever be too far away from Rook after they get the city calmed down. I guess he would just kind of drop in after everybody else kind of moved away to do their own thing. Wherever Rook ended up.
Yeah, if are they still in Breach Hill, or did we move to the Citadel?
So, what I will say, Rook, you are drawn to all aspects of this foreign place that you see. It is a.
If we're in Breach Hill, yeah, I mean, if we're in Breach Hill, he would likely be staying at Caden's Keg. If we're in the Citadel, he would probably feel most comfortable in the little room in the ring.
Oh, yeah, like a nest. Interesting. Okay, so let's say Caden's Keg first, because as you come out of the portal, there's a gate. Gate doth open. You would need to rest. You're actually quite tired, fatigued from your own endeavors. But yeah, Sailix, do you follow him to Caden's Keg, or do you lead him to Caden's Keg? That's probably a distinction worth making.
I mean, I guess he would take him there.
Yeah.
Or, well, yeah, no, because he seems like he has more of Ren memories than he does Rune, so he would just kind of be like, I'll show you where you can rest for the night, and lead him there.
Well, at least on the walk to the keg. So, what you been up to?
Oh, you know, killing gods, or the like.
Oh, so you still failed then, is what you're saying.
Oh. I feel every morning I wake up, apparently.
Well, you gotta keep trying. You're always a stubborn asshole.
Well, I'm picked that trait up from you for so long.
Well, at least you picked it up from the best.
Oh, well. We'll at least say the biggest.
Listen, I'm sure you've got a lot of questions, so ask them.
All right, first off, how are you here?
Blame your friend on that one.
You're gonna have to be
Listen,
a
it's
little
all
more
a bit
specific.
jumbled, right? It's all a bit jumbled. Rune, your mate, had a plan. Contingency, a backup. But the Ravenswood got in the way and kept him from going where he needed to go. So he found me, and we struck a deal.
Right. Of course you did.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna like this deal anyway.
Honestly, I don't know what's gonna happen. I barely remember having the conversation with the little bloke. There wasn't much of him there. It was a jumble of memories, and it was trying pretty hard to stay focused. But fact of the matter was, he needed a physical form, and I was apparently getting lost to the Ravenswood. So we were each other's last-ditch effort, really.
All right. So, you know what? That's fine. You're here. Can't really argue with it. I mean, I'm ecstatic that you're here, but you're not. Fuck.
He stops on the bridge and kind of looks out over the river. You have a nice place here. It's quaint. It's not like you.
Well, you know, we had a nice place knocking after before Takaro ran us off, but this was...
We didn't have a nice place. We had each other, and that was more than enough.
Right, and I don't know what's gonna happen because you're got Rune somewhere rattling around in that head of yours.
Nervous. Or scared. I can smell it.
Well, these things have a habit of coming back and biting somebody in the ass.
Well, I'll bite your ass any day.
You arrive at Caden's Keg in what is perfect timing for a game master. As the doors open, the place is quite busy with really a lot of people. It was about half destroyed in the raid. They've already managed to patch it up through mending magic and other means.
Hey, is there a little
Most of what
halfling
people
here?
are
Modica?
Something about good food, I think.
It's sans Modica, but the food's still pretty good.
Who's Monica?
It's the halfling.
Oh, all right then. Huh.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you first.
So things that I should preface this by saying, I don't know how much of Rune's life you've picked up, but there are certain people that have just buried him not too long ago. That being said, it's going to be a little dicey when the information comes out that he's somewhere in that noggin of yours. And then Sailix will get kind of close to him, like whispering in his ear. For what it's
He leans
worth,
his head up against Sailix's.
for what it's worth, I'm glad you're here. And
Listen, you idiot. There was a lot that could have happened. And, well, it's the only reason I made this deal. You were my chance. So, whatever happens next, we'll figure it out. And he'll put his hand behind Sailix's neck. Glory Regali.
when he says that, Sailix will just touch his forehead to Rook's and pull back. There's rooms here. They'll suffice until we figure something out.
No worries.
If you see,
I'll just pick one up then.
if you see Ava, avoid her like the plague. I'll talk to her first.
All right. I don't know who that is, but fair.
Oh, you'll know when she comes in. You'll know.
Got it. So Rook will turn around to whoever's at the behind the counter. Hey, you serve anything that burns like the pits of hell here, by chance? My brain's for some reason very clear, and I need to fog it up a bit.
Yes. We shouldn't have any clear minds today. He looks around,
Not
surveying
one.
the destruction. The dirty blonde-haired, vest-clad Chelishman will start just producing quantities of
Your
strong
place is really
drink.
banged up. Did something happen here?
Yes, but we shouldn't talk about it.
I mean, I can. Here, Rook will sort of stare at just stare in the middle distance as his hands start kind of moving in these just random sort of chaotic sort of motions in front of him, and it's not as the sigils that appear are rough and they're not clean lines like Sailix may have seen from Rune. The Mirakai just then caws, and Rook sort of recoils a bit. Quiet, you damn bird! I hear you. Give me a second. And he slows his arm motions down. His fingers still look a little weird, but just a very simple. It's not mending. I think it's mending spell to just kind of repair some of the small bits of the wall. As Mirakai just squawks again, and then essentially begins doing the casting of the mending itself. Oh, thank you, Bert. I appreciate you. It's not like wholesale repairing the building, but just
Right.
fixing little spots.
All right.
Never say
Well,
Rook didn't do anything for that drink.
Right.
Sailix will look to the bartender, and he'll just like, you can go ahead and put whatever he orders on my tab. If he goes over 3 gold, cut him off. That's his limit, generally.
Don't worry, I've got more gold.
God. Go about that. I want to ask then, in the medium term, you see a place familiar to you but not home. Rook, do you see a need as the days pass on, after tonight, when you rest here in Cadence Keg, do you see a need to stay in Breach Hill to repair it? Or do you instead draw focus to the Citadel?
Oh, he definitely stays in Breach Hill, particularly as he starts to get the scope of the damage to the town or city as a whole, and will use his abilities to help repair as best he can.
Okay. What about you, Sailix?
Sailix would probably divide his time up as best he could. He would spend time helping Rook rebuild in Breach Hill, but he would also probably spend a ample amount of time in equal parts to the Citadel, getting that fixed up, trying to help Dwarf in whatever he needs, keeping an eye out for Ava, so when she shows up, he can kind of field that before anybody else gets there. Poking fun at Curchanus every once in a while. Just trying to keep everybody together.
That's fair. Rook, go ahead and roll a d6 for me. We'll fade on you two and your initial effort. Okay. So it would be 4 weeks later. Work resumes. You hear word that the mission in Eladir went well. One day, where do you spend most of your time, Sailix?
If he's not at Breach Hill, he's probably at the Citadel, between the two, equally.
Right. Okay. You're at the Citadel when you hear news. Before we get to that news, Curchanus has been working with Raywin, the Vesparin, to keep this manifestation dormant. It's come to your understanding that whatever is going on with the gates, this energy still exists in the space between planes. You don't really know how the gates work. Even Rune didn't really know how the gates work. The Vesparin, in some sort of a cat and mouse game, through meditation that often involves voluntary starvation, the risk of Vengegate is kept dormant. Curchanus has spent much time with Raywin, but at times like this, there's not much to do. She sits there, and they watch over her, make sure she's okay. Waldorf, why don't you roll a d6 for me? Let's see what we get. 4. Okay. So it would be 4 weeks of work. Sailix, you've been asked to visit Alcetta's ring as little as possible, if only due to the fact that an incredible amount of work is being done. Scores of dwarves in and out, building, fortifying, renovating, performing all sorts of magical incantations, basically working around the Vesparin, and also working around the clock. But as you do descend, you come down. Waldorf, why don't you describe what Alcetta's ring looks like? Or more specifically, what Waldorf looks like as he's working on this thing?
Waldorf is surprisingly clean for having been essentially like tunneling around the Citadel for weeks. He is dressed surprisingly well. He is also leading a small team of other dwarves as they kind of survey and measure and plan and build and take this piece out here and move that piece over there. And there's a big table over to the corner with schematics and whatnot. And he is very much in kind of like leadership mode. The ring itself is, I don't know, Ian, would you say it's much changed from what it was before?
Yeah, if I may, I will say that it seems as if through augmentation, restoration, renovation, and expansion, every single part of what you remember Alcetta's ring to look like has been enhanced. What that means is it feels bigger, it feels more powerful, it feels more magical, and it looks absolutely magnificent. Darker, more gothic, deeper, and sturdy like a fortress. This isn't a dilapidated, forgotten chamber that once belonged to the Hell Knights. No, this is a base, a headquarters, something that would take man hours measured by the skyless dwarves in forge hours working around the clock. Alcetta's ring breathes the magical energy of what is now all of the gates active, save of course for Lotus Gate, or Pillow Gate as it's known by a couple of asshats across the sea. But Sailix, as you enter, you're finally getting to see a sort of unveiling on Waldorf's project. Waldorf, are you sleeping? What did this take? Is it just a ton of dwarves?
Sleep is for the weak. What are you talking about? Sleep? Why would we sleep? That's where the dreams live, Ian.
Oh yeah, we can't have those.
No,
right,
no. Oh God, yeah, right, buddy.
I give to you, Waldorf, to never have to sleep.
We get so much.
The work must always be done.
Hammering away.
Right, there's always something left to do. I mean, and it really shows in. We've seen Waldorf in the past embellish things like the cottage that he built for Poppy in the mantles and the woodworking, there were always these little tiny details. There were always the creeping vines and the birds in the woodwork, and this fortress ring is no exception. But in with all of the scrolling knotwork and whatnot, there are now glyphs and runes that are definitely not divine in nature, which would be Waldorf's primary spellcasting ability. These are things that you would have seen come out of runes workshop or something that a wizard would do. A lot of this would seem to be like outside of Waldorf's capability and ken. But yeah, somehow he has managed to put it all together. It's a magnum opus of work for a dwarf of Waldorf's capabilities. Like, this is truly like a master at work.
So as Sailix comes down, he kind of just like stops at the base of the steps. Just kind of lets out that high-pitched whistle as he looks around. Well, dwarf, I think you really outdone yourself this time. I always...
Oh, no.
I've always said that you needed to become the best craftsman any of the planes have ever seen, but this pretty much proves it.
No, I just let it become what it wanted to be. I just held the hammer.
What it wanted to be.
It's quite something. Have you rested?
Oh, of course I've rested. Do I look like I haven't rested? He definitely looks like he hasn't rested in a while.
Yes, that's why.
But there is there's a full company of dwarves working. You are surprised at the number of bodies that just seem to constantly be moving in the background and carrying this and moving that and tweaking this over here. Like, it's almost it definitely sings back to Sagarak, Kovlar, when all of the the forges were working and everything was in motion. Like, it's definitely a dwarven feel to it. Like, there's that rhythm of the hammers and the picks and the axes, and it's all kind of very rhythmic. It's like it's almost like hypnotic. It gets like to be a white noise in the background that kind of beats like the pulse of some great beast.
Funny enough, the office of Ravenswood still exists down here as people toil away. Waldorf knows how to work around his friends in a sort of confusion. The presence of Rook taking comfort in the nest below the Citadel, as well as the calling of the necklace, would cause quite a stir. Ava still hasn't returned from Eladir. But as Sailix is called away, Curchanus, what are you up to? Down here as you watch over, I imagine, just pensive.
They've been watching over Raywin quite a bit, but the boredom does occasionally set in, and they'll get up and go for a walk, kind of entering this space, just looking around, just admiring everything. Their usual, like, full fur cloak has been replaced by the Vesparin's very fine, very royal cloak.
Yeah.
Oh, isn't
This
that lovely?
This is nothing short of amazing. I'm sorry that I have not been down here sooner.
Well, I mean,
Sailix, what
it was really meant to be a
What is all
surprise
this?
for everyone.
is this where you started?
Are you talking to
Oh,
me?
Sailix. No.
Oh, yeah. This is the beginning.
Well,
Well,
I'll
I
be
mean-
down.
This is a lot better now, but that's thanks to Dwarf over here.
Rook walks over to the Vengegate and kind of puts his hand on it.
Oh,
This one. This one. There's something about this one.
Is it the blue woman meditating in front of it? Or no? Couldn't be that.
No.
He just kneels down in front of her, sort of cocks his head. Huh. Is this what she always does?
Seems more and more, especially in times of dire need.
What the flying fuck is she doing?
Well, she does claim to be meditating, to be seeking answers, but I do believe that sometimes she simply uses it as an excuse to sleep.
So I shouldn't, like, flick her or anything like that, then?
Oh, please do not.
Only if you want
I
to lose
mean-
that finger.
Nah. Huh. Well, alright then. This was this is the Vesparin, yeah?
Yes.
V? The infamous V?
That's her.
And you, little dwarf. What's your name?
He kind of looks up at him and thinks about saying, something about the little comment, and then he realizes, yeah, all right, fine. Waldorf Skysteel. Nice to meet you.
Waldorf. Huh.
No flowery
All right,
titles,
Waldorf.
just Waldorf.
Skysteel. It's a good name. I like the
Hey.
sound of it.
It served me well. Many of us.
So, what's the point of all these archways then?
I've no idea, to be perfectly honest. No, they travel. They're waygates between places far
Waygate?
and near. Hey.
Oh,
Each goes to a different place, a different plane, I believe.
Aldura. The Aldura network.
The what now?
The Aldura. I don't know what it means.
I really, it's Rune that really knows more about the ins and the outs of things. I come to things from a more practical application. I know that if I take, and he pulls the guiding chisel out from behind, from a pouch at his waist. I know that if I take this and I walk through that gate over there, I'll wind up on the other side. You know, each one activates a different way. I've seen them all used. I've only used a handful of them myself. But honestly, every time I do, it turns my stomach. I try to stay away from them as much as possible. I'll never get used to moving without moving, you know what I mean? Give me my own two sturdy legs. Well,
yes.
one sturdy leg. The other one I had to build myself. Give me my own sturdy leg, and hey, you see this one?
Aren't you the crafty one?
Shakes it out. He alters all of his pants so that the metallic leg is exposed because he likes to show it off a bit. Hey, it's got like, and he starts pointing out features, and like this gear over here does this, and this one over here does this, and he's got this kickstand that he kicks down from his ankle. And if I do this,
Waldorf. I stopped paying attention about 5 minutes ago. Sorry.
I had meant to ask about your leg, but Adonis has informed me that it was rude to ask of one's appearance.
Oh, I mean, to some people maybe, but not to a dwarf. No, this is, I call this bragging rights where I come from. No, it was in the Shadow War, in the Shadow Plane. We were trying to breach the enemy's defenses, so we were tunneling underneath their wall, and a section of wall collapsed. Trapped my leg, but I was able to push Nicholas over there. Nicholas, hey! And he waved to an older dwarf with a long white beard. Hey, get back to work, slacker. Managed to pull him out of the way, but unfortunately, it was the last of my abilities to keep his sorry ass alive. So I had to sacrifice my leg to save my friend, and I've regretted it every day since.
Well, that sounds very heartwarming.
Oh, but I get this wee rocket of a leg here. Got that out of the deal, so it is what it is. I can still get around just fine.
I have seen you sacrifice much in defense of your allies. Your divine powers are nothing short of miraculous.
Oh, posh. No, it's nothing. It's not me. I'm just acting on another's behalf. And he kind of just looks up to the ceiling. No.
Oh, you're a believer then?
You could say that. You don't get through as much as I've got through and not believe in something bigger than yourself.
Well, you can't be perfect.
I like you. No, we can't.
Huh.
Have a drink. And he pulls a flask out of a compartment on the what would be the thigh of the metal leg. Just like a flask pops out. Uncorks it and hands it over.
Rook takes it.
It's
takes
strong,
a decent swig from
and
it.
it is good. Only the best.
Hands it back.
Waldorf takes a swig before putting it away. Now, what do I...
This castle of yours is pretty nice. Not too bad at all, really.
Oh, yeah, it'll do. It has its moments, that's for sure. It's no Sagarak, that's for I.
Has this, is this Eva here by chance?
I certainly hope not. Not with me in this state. No, I've not seen her in he is very, stuttery and awkward when talking about Poppy. You know, he stammers over his word. He gets a little, you know, flustered and flushed in the face when she comes up. No, I've not seen her in quite some time. No telling when she'll be back.
Oh, good. Give me time to wander around a bit then. Curchanus,
Yes.
what do you do all this?
I am honestly unsure. I came here with the idea that I had one purpose, one drive, and all of these individuals before us have proven that I was narrow-minded.
What was that one purpose, one drive?
Revenge.
Oh. On who? For what?
I am not entirely sure. But for the
Interesting.
what, my divinity, it was stripped. I was slain in a cowardly act.
Oh. So, wait. You were muckety muck up with the deity types then?
Yes. Most of them are fairly nice. Some are, I believe that you all would call them assholes.
It's fair. It's what I call most of them, to be honest. Well, pleasure having you down here with those peons then.
I can assure you that you peons have proven more bravery, more self-worth than most of the deities I've met.
Oh, you're one of those types. All right. I got you. I see where you're coming from. Fair enough then. Well, before this Ava arrives, whoever she is, I'm going to wander around this citadel and see what trouble I can get into. Pardon me. And
Right.
Rook will head up the stairs.
Yeah. So when you do, I want to ask, you explore. Nothing makes any more sense, but things become more comfortable and more familiar over time. Nothing is so comfortable as the little nest inside of Alcetta's ring, that small office for studies. Even the books are familiar, though their contents can be pretty novel, some of them as ancient as maybe 10,000 years old. Incredible work here, extremely fascinating. More importantly, it feels sort of like home. If you were to spend a few weeks here, what would you do, Rook? It seems everybody wants to keep you around, too. Critically, I will note that. Nobody is trying to kill you, and nobody's trying to push you out. Or the person who would try to do either is in a meditative trance in front of this gate that you so desperately want to research.
Well, as long as Breach Hill is in a good spot, Rook will relax and probably fall into unfamiliar patterns to Rook. He'll sit and read some of the books in the nest, in the little office space area, and maybe, well, to be fair, if he's here, there is a chance he would run into Alexander Ravenswood. So there is that.
Yeah. The artwork attributed to Alexander Ravenswood is here. However, sculptures, paintings, he is not. At least not for while Rook is here. But a few weeks later, murmurs. Very worried murmurs. Slight panic. It's not quite spring yet. We're looking mid-March. Mid-Farast, as it were. Talk of the Citadel as you arrive, or as you wake up, rather, Rook, is all you're getting is she's back. I don't know if you would know by now what that means, but you can make a diplomacy check to figure out if you would understand what that might mean. But I think Rook might just be oblivious here.
I will roll it as a subconscious sort of act. I don't know, 43 on the roll. Whether he recognizes what it means or not, he won't really pay any attention. But
yeah, well, you'll know who's coming. Not that you have too much of a chance to really do anything about it, but Ava. You return, passing the stables. This might be the first warm day, which is unfortunate because it's been a bitter road. As you arrive, crossing the threshold that is the main gated entry into the Citadel, and opening its chamber doors, people look at you like they're hiding something from you, or more specifically, that they know exactly what you're here for.
She's just here to come home.
Yeah, your friends, your family. They're here. But you're here because the Vesparin sent for you. As you return, they tell you she's in the basement. Is there anything you do before you head down there?
Not really. So, like, just pushing open those heavy doors to the Citadel, Ava looks tired. She's been on the road, looking completely unkempt, like she's done nothing but continually move. Now she sort of walks to the staircase to go down into the basement to CV. Anyone that's looking at her will notice that footprints are left behind her. The hard stone, like, stained red from where she's walking, where the soles of her boots are just completely gone. But it doesn't seem to bother her, or at least nothing that she shows, as she just doesn't even drop her bag. She's still completely in her traveling gear, just heading down the stairs to CV.
Curchanus is there, and Raywin is exactly where she said she would be, meditating in front of Vengegate.
Curchanus, was it?
Yes. I apologize that we have not had more of a chance to meet.
How long has V been like this?
It has been off and on, but I feel this may be just the beginning of a more extended trance. Are you all right?
I'm fine. She just sort of lets out a long sigh before smiling. Completely fine.
You
Where's
do
Waldorf?
what Raywin does. You put on a mask.
Definitely not as good at it as she is.
I may not be able to give you answers or attend to whatever it is that Raywin could do for you, but if I can help your physical ailments, I would be happy to do so.
Oh, and she finally looks down at herself as just realizing, no, no, Madge, I this is something I could take care of myself.
If you insist.
I do thank you, Curchanus. Think of an atonement of sorts. But I'm here now for my family. And I received word that something was wrong with Waldorf.
The dwarf.
Waldorf, interestingly enough, is not present right now. To note.
He's been working himself to the bone, but I suppose I do not know enough of him to know if that's abnormal.
No, that's not really that strange for him, actually. Perhaps she sent the letter erroneously to some, I don't know, I guess she just sort of sighs, looking frustrated as she looks at V. I'll just have to wait until she comes out or I find the dwarf myself.
If I may, where could I find you in case she does come out of her trance early?
Ava will sort of step forward and attentively reach out and place a hand on Curchanus' shoulder. I'll be here.
They
not
just
leaving the Citadel.
reach up and
Ava,
just place their hand
make
on
a
hers.
perception check for me.
Yes.
See what you got. Okay, yeah. So you see, how do I put this politely? Mostly your brother Rune, but also vaguely dissimilar. A young-ish man resembling your dead brother is lost in a book just north on the map inside a little nook that's open. You see sort of, he's standing as a giant among these dwarves that are working, polishing rune stones and tiles that they're laying in this center altar. This great purple, like, magical engine that's churning in the center of this room, but you can see just beyond it, this man standing. Doesn't notice you, doesn't notice really anything else going on, but you notice him. What do you do?
So after Ava lets Curchanus know that she's going to be here, she sort of turns away and her eyes just lock on that figure for a moment as finally she just drops her bags and sprints over to him.
Prince.
Yeah.
Okay.
He doesn't move.
Wh-
She's going to absolutely just throw her arms around his neck, and just almost break down crying. She's like, "Rue, I knew you would come back. I mean, you've always said that you turned out like a bad cop or a wizard. I'm so sorry. Ronan was right. It was completely my fault. Rune, how are you here?
Oh, fuck. You're Ava.
She freezes and sort of takes
So
like
he puts his hands sort of around her waist and sort of gently pushes away. All right. This is gonna be really awkward. You are not supposed to meet me first. That's for damn sure. And I don't need you punching anybody. Are you the punching type?
You're not, Rune. She sort of takes a step back.
No, I know how you might be a bit confused here. It's understandable. Just
But no.
take a deep breath, right?
You look just like him. This is his place. These are his books. Why?
Ah, damn it, I knew it. Bastards got me reading shit I never understood. Fuck all.
Her hand is like.
So you're gonna
slowly going
have
to the crossbow at her hip, like trembling.
He sees her motion and his hand immediately starts to come up as if he's pulling a gun, but the gun won't. There's a gun at his hip, and it's sort of a midnight blue with white, very familiar looking sigils sort of running along it, and his hand goes to grasp at it and it does not move. Sorry, it usually doesn't get stuck like this. You don't need to be raising any weapon. God damn it, you bloody, sorry. One sec, just a second here. Would you get, fine. I won't. We're all fine here. Everything's fine here.
Are you both all right?
Oh, I'm just
Curchanus,
bringing up
who is
bad
this?
memories is all. It's a habit. I'm Rook. It's helping to, the name just sort of helps introduce myself to people, but you would probably recognize the name Ren and Rune. Would that be right?
Are you Ren then?
Sorta.
Her eyes sort of flash down to the gun. Sailix and
Corvus here doesn't want to point at you. Sorry.
Corvus.
And shortly after, a very familiar.
I suppose you're going to tell me that
purple-
Mirakai is going to come here next.
Just as you say that, a very familiar purple-hued raven just lands on his shoulder. Well, as it so happens,
Mirakai?
Raven just squawks.
Why can't she talk?
Couldn't tell you. I'm hearing a lot of, I think they're words running through my head, but can't really make anything out. Just feelings, really.
Where's Sailix?
That is a fantastic question. You were really supposed to run into him first, and let me tell you, I am super, super pissed that this went in the wrong order, because this is way more awkward than I thought it was going to be, and I have no idea why. I honestly feel I should either be telling you how rather adorable
Stop.
you look.
You need no.
You hear a loud crash in the far corner of the room, followed immediately by screams. Both of you for a second might think this is an attack, only before turning around and realizing that a couple of less than competent dwarves, at least by the mythic standards of heroes like yourself, are arguing about the best place to put a pile of building supplies. The argument is moot at this point, because it turns out wherever they agreed to put it was not a great place. The table is collapsed, and suddenly half a dozen dwarves are arguing about architecture. You realize you're in the middle of what is effectively a construction site. There's no Waldorf nor a Sailix in sight. What do you two do?
I'm
Ava completely doesn't know what to do, but she wants him to stop talking because his voice sounds
well, you
too
can look for
similar to
Sailix.
Rune's.
So I'm gonna go, and you feel free to find Sailix, of course, as you are wont to do, and I will stay out of your hair until you talk.
Actually,
Oh boy.
why don't you go find Sailix?
Why don't
And
I?
tell
Why do I think
him
that is?
to get his ass over here?
Oh, that's my favorite. I like you already. You're a little angel, you are. Thank you.
Nope.
As he
Don't
goes
you ever
off.
call me that.
Doesn't even pay attention as he heads off to find Sailix. And by finding Sailix, as soon as he hits the courtyard, he just screams, "Sailix Lavendil, get your fucking ass over here."
Sailix, are you in the corridor? Like where are you right now?
So Salix is he's within. I guess he'll hear the yell. He was just, I guess, kind of like fucking off doing something on the top of the battlements or something, talking to somebody from the army. But as he hears Rook yell his name, he doesn't fly over. Instead, so very similar to how Rune used his dimension door, a yawning maw of white instead of black feathers open up, and he just kind of walks through with Leviathan drawn. What the fuck are you yelling about?
Ava found me, you fucking idiot. It was considerably, and I say, and even now, considerably more awkward, and I don't know why.
All right, calm down, you borderline sociopath. I've seen you charm.
I
kings and
wanted to
queens
shoot.
of-
Corvus wouldn't even leave the holster.
Listen here. I've seen you charm kings and queens of the desert with less. Look.
I saw
What
her
happened?
face and I was terrified, and I don't know why.
Okay. So we're all working through this together. Just one big happy family, right? Right? Right.
Sorry, side note. I yelled your name because she asked me to find you to tell you to get your lovely ass down there.
Right. Of course she did. Because it's just going to be Yell at Sailix Day. You know what? Go find Waldorf and Curchanus and let's all just yell at me.
I think Curchanus is down there already. I'll go find Waldorf. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm just gonna
fuck.
disappear for a while. Good luck. You got this.
Before
I have faith in you.
Before Rook takes off, the tattoo on Sailix's upper right arm starts to kind of writhe and stretch as it slowly a white raven forces his way out of his skin, leaving the area that used to have a tattoo over it blank. And Sailix just kind of runs his hand along the back of the bird and motions towards Rook. And it just kind of, it doesn't fly onto his shoulder, it just circles around him. Istari here is going to keep an eye on you to make sure you don't delight any more people.
Great. 2 ravens. Who would have 2 ravens just floating about their head?
You.
What? No, that's stupid. It's a dumb idea. Who has 2 ravens? Why?
Who has 2 guns? Why? Wants to get the job done,
Hey,
right?
they're useful. Ravens, they're just... As he looks at Mirakai, ravens are perfectly fine. I love ravens. Ravens are my best friend.
Suddenly,
Fix this.
you
Fix
do
this
hear
now.
shouting from downstairs, but it's accompanied by dwarves running up to the surface, worried, panicking. They say something. She fell over again. Something happened.
Fuck.
Waldorf, you could come out of where you're hiding from now if you would like, but it's quite clear.
Who's hiding? I'm not
Whatever
hiding. I don't know
happened
what you're talking about. Who would hide? I mean, why would I hide?
Sure.
Hobby? That doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, well,
No. She doesn't like terrify me or anything.
something's definitely wrong. Waldorf and Curchanus, you'll see this first. But basically, Vesparin passes out in front of the gate.
Curchanus is immediately down there, just like over her,
Yeah.
like magic at the ready.
Not again.
I bet.
Waldorf, Sailix, I don't.
Waldorf signals to a couple of other dwarves as he's moving across to get to Vesparin. They would be essentially medics that are there just in case. He's got a half a dozen of them with the company that's working on the circle. They come over with water, and she's probably just dehydrated again. She's done this a few times. We've got to
I need
get
you
some
to make
food
me a
into
judgment
her.
call here. Waldorf. The dwarves look at you. And then they look at the gate. Last time this happened, some dwarves almost died. 1 or 2 might have even died. If this gate blows up again, how many people do you want in here? Do you want them to evacuate? Do you want a detachment? What do you want?
Keep working.
Is Ava here?
There's nothing to worry about.
What do you mean there's nothing to worry about? This is not good. She nearly died last time.
Well, then let's take care of her. But there's no reason to stop working. Just stay close to me and you'll be fine.
Curchanus, Raywin's heart is not beating right now, and Waldorf continues to toil away. What do you do? Or actually, yeah, Ava, what do you do?
I guess sort of shaking herself out of the stupor she was in after seeing Ren, whoever the fuck that was, will stride over to hear Waldorf telling them to keep toiling.
Oh, I mean, not like, don't break your backs, but I mean, we can handle whatever's wrong with Vesparin.
We should get them out
I mean,
of
it's
here.
not like she can die. Look, if something comes through that gate, we'll handle it. We always do.
And there
Do
shouldn't
not
be any
understand your
bodies
coldness.
here.
Actual reason.
What?
What? Say that again.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I do not understand your coldness. She has done nothing but help. Why the indifference?
No, let's take care of her. Hey. No, we've definitely got to take care of Vesparin. I mean, that's what the medics are doing, you know, and I'll give her every ounce of energy that I've got, but, you know, she's done this a number of times and nothing's come through that gate. So, I mean, until something happens, let's just focus on her. Let's worry about getting her back up on her feet. But until then, you know, there's no reason to stop. There's work to be done.
Ava's going to turn towards the dwarves that are working under Waldorf.
Yeah.
She sort of glances at Dwarf for a moment before shaking her head. Nope. Clear the ring. Go up into the Citadel courtyards until you're called back.
The dwarves, they look to Ava, observing what sounds to be a command. Waldorf, do you interject? Or do you let them
No,
reply?
actually, when she addresses the rest of the dwarves and tells them to take a break, he, you know, when they look to Waldorf, he just kind of nods his head, saying, "Yeah, do what she says." You know, no, he'll agree with her. Like, she, you know, it's as far as he's concerned, it's her house, so she has the final say in what happens. You know.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right, well, you know, it is what it is. Take a break, you know. But he's definitely like focusing his attention on Vesparin. He's not really worried about the gate.
Right. And with that, when and only when you have all of the dwarves file out of Alcetta's ring, does Vengegate open its maw. That gate, the magical lining, the sheen that bisects the stone of the portal, opens, revealing an extra-dimensional space on the inside, a way station, but with it, the voice of the Vesparin. Brief, and then nothing. Now do this for me. The threshold is revealed to you all. Just the five of you, and her body on the floor. Do you step through? All right. We're going to cut to break while I prepare the way station on the other side. So about 10 minutes, and then we will come back. So stay tuned. Let's see if I don't kill anybody. Just kidding. There will be no threats. You don't have to worry.
Why don't I believe
Let
you?
me see if I can find it. Because...
Lying on my bed, lost in what you and you won't come back. I can't escape and when it all goes black. I can't escape and when it all goes black.
And we're back. Hello. Welcome back to Pathfinder Age of Ashes, episode 84. We decided to hop into Vengegate. The gate opens. I want to ask, before we do this, what is the marching order? Who would be inclined to go first? Do we have any reservations? It's really just the five of you in front of this gate.
So, as all right. So as it goes down, where the gate opens, Sailix is coming downstairs. He sees the gate open. He kind of turns back around and peers back up the stairs. When he does, Istar lands on Rook's shoulders and through the touch speaks directly into his mind, saying that I need you down here just to get Rook coming that way. And then as Sailix walks up, he looks at Vesparin, just kind of leans down, checks her pulse, sees that she's dead, pats her, kind of like pats her on the head. Like, I don't know what to, like, he knows she's going to come back. There's nothing he can do at this point. And then looks around everybody else. He's like, well, fuck. He'll look to Ava, and he'll kind of incline his head. Look, I'm sorry. I tried to make sure I wanted to meet you first. It didn't work out like that.
We can discuss it later.
Absolutely. All right, well, I don't know about the rest of you. I'm gonna go through here.
We don't know what's on the other side, Sailix, and if that was even Vespa's voice.
He pulls
Just gonna go right in.
He pulls out Leviathan. It's what we do. Better to go in.
The unknown never bothered Sailix before. Why should we let it bother him now? As Rook comes around the corner.
With us?
Yes, so...
Or I could just, stay here, I suppose.
No. You're coming along. And we will all...
That's right, I'm coming along. Missy. I shouldn't have said that. As he walks through the gate.
Fucking hell! As Sailix walks on after him.
That was dumb. That was dumb. That was dumb. I've got someone screaming in my head that was dumb.
Curchanus is just gonna move Raywin off to the side, tuck the cloak under her head, and just, give her
Everyone was
just a very hushed good
Oh, and then we're just gonna leave her behind. I see how it is. And yeah, no problem. Just walk off and leave her after giving me a hard time about wanting everybody to go back to work. No, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
She did say to please do this for her.
Hey. And Waldorf will signal to his medics to move her out of the ring and into a safer space away from the gate. Like they get out the stretcher and everything and get her all set up and taken care of. She's in the best possible field medic care at this point in time.
Right.
But I think because of that, Waldorf would probably be the last one through the gate, grumbling and kind of muttering to himself the entire time. Oh, sure, when I do it, it's fine. When I do it, no, there's a huge problem. I see how it is. You see what I'm putting up with? I don't know how you live.
Shall we Curchanus then? I guess we're going through.
Yes. Let's finish this quickly.
doubt it will be quick. Ava will go through.
What else have we got to do?
One glance back and then step through.
Which of you speak Elven? As we
Sailix.
step through.
Yeah, Sailix.
Sailix,
Not
Rook.
I.
Well, Sailix,
You're telling me.
Rook,
I might.
and potentially Curchanus. You hear the Vesparin, a younger Vesparin, say in Elven, "We trade memories. This will be dark." In a very elegant Elven tongue. Stepping through the threshold, you are greeted by an incredibly long hallway leading to a moderately well-lit chamber opening beyond. If this is your marching order, what precautions do we take and what do we do?
Sailix would step in front of Ren, and as he does, he just kind of whispers in ancient Osiran, just fucking call her Ava. Nothing more, nothing less. Put respect on her name and act like she's someone you don't know.
Oh,
As he steps in front of her.
oh, right. Don't know her. Don't know her. Got it.
Ava on the other
Waldorf
hand.
is going to have out his.
Go ahead. Okay.
Oh, ladies first.
Ava's actually going to sit down, and like pull her foot into her lap and is going to pull off like these completely like worn boots that almost seem like they're fused to her skin at this point. It's a mess, but she'll pull them out and like from her bag, like actually grab her winged boots that she typically wears and puts those on, like wincing the whole time, before standing up and like, guess we got more walking to do.
Please let me assist you. That looks painful.
Do you have healing magic?
Of course.
She sort of looks away from Curchanus and nods her head. If we're going into battle, then yes.
Yeah. I would give her a lay on hands.
Caretakers.
Would you like me to have a look at those boots for you, Pop?
It's
Or
fine,
are they
Doris.
just done for?
They're done for. Cheap things early. We should go.
He just nods. Waldorf would take out his two light hammers, one fire, one ice, and just one in each hand, just as a precaution as I move forward.
As we start marching. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Rook moves forward, just pulling Corvus from the holster and just holding the gun out a little casually, but walking down the hallway, maintaining a level of stealth, however.
As they're marching, Curchanus will just look towards everyone. We are doing this for the Vesparin, for Raywin. So I will do what I can to keep you all safe, as I have promised her. I make the promise to you. and give everyone a zealous conviction, which is 18 temporary hit points and +3 to your will saves.
Oh.
What type of
Yeah,
bonus is
you
the
know-
will save?
It is a status bonus.
All right, I can't get it.
How tall is the area, by the way? Ian?
This hallway's probably about 15 feet tall,
All right.
and the stretch is quite long.
So,
Um,
sorry, go ahead.
I was if Rook is trying to be stealthy, is he actually that stealthy? Or is he like singing the Pink Panther song as he goes?
Let's find out how he does. Oh, not too good.
Pink Panther.
Not too good. I mean, he
It's a
thinks he's
really
being
good
stealthy.
third level skill check. Yeah.
Everyone.
26 ain't that bad, I
you.
suppose.
Sailix
Ava
just looks
sort
to
of
Ava.
groans.
Sailix looks to Ava. He's like, I swear he was more stealthy when I knew him in the beginning.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to be quiet on sand than it is through a brick
He
wall.
can get pretty
Even
loud.
Waldorf at the back is like, wow, that's saying something.
As Sailix kind of like hovers overhead, he's like, and he kind of like nods to Ava. He can get loud on sand too. As Sailix
I don't even
ignites
know
his
that.
halo, so igniting the halo cast the light cantrip.
So we're just not going to be stealthy at all then.
Well, not all of us can see in the dark, Ava. So
Lead the way, my
you
beacon
would
friend.
you know, I'm really loving the sass. It really
I'm
brings
not in a
about.
good mood right now.
Oh, I can tell.
That's good. You'll draw all the attention to yourself, revealing any traps. So perfect. Go.
I always do.
Waldorf is like standing right behind the two of them, just looking from from Ava to Sailix to Ava to Sailix, and just like distinctly keeping his mouth shut the entire time. It's like watching your parents fight in public.
Yeah. You'll notice something as you get to the end of this hallway. Before it opens up into this domed chamber, there's a mural that sort of forms. You don't know if you didn't see it before or if it's only clear to see, like, dead on, but it depicts a blue elf meeting what appears to be a small man in green robes. She's tattered, young, tired, probably homeless. It is carved in an ancient elven style. And depicts some sort of interaction in multiple frames between what appears to be a halfling man and a sea elf. Then, just beyond that, with Rook first, you do come upon chamber. Anything you would do with this mural, or as you arrive?
History,
dome?
lore history.
Sure.
Or would society work better? I mean, you tell me.
You can try lore history.
Oh,
if you think that.
I don't have lore history. Never mind. That came from something else. The best I've got is academia or something else.
What are you trying to learn?
Just this is more some unconscious stuff, but is this a known story? Is this referencing anything in particular, any historical or any sort of known event?
Right. Let's make that check. Let's do academia.
All right.
The rest of you, what do you do as you arrive at this chamber opening?
At a different portion of the mural, not next to where Rook is, Ava will actually pull out a dagger to see if she can scrape any of the paint off. She like sort of runs it between her fingers. She's trying to gauge like how old the paint is. It just like if this was put on after, if it was part of like the original architect. Sort of things. They're just trying to lead them somewhere. I don't know.
Sailix is just keeping an eye out for anything. Like, while everybody else is inspecting stuff, Sailix is watching their back to make sure nothing happens to them. Or trying to.
Same.
Waldorf looks like he's listening to someone as he's like walking down this hallway and looking at this relief that's carved into the wall. He definitely looks like someone is telling him what all this is. Ian, I did send you a DM there if you want to answer that question for me.
Yeah, I'd go ahead and roll that into the tower if you would like. You can make it as any of your lore checks. It should be fine for the purposes of this. Rook! This chamber, it's decorated with carvings of daggers and wasps along its walls. The image of a trio of daggers, in fact, pointing outward, will adorn the ceiling. A large stone platform in the center of the room is surrounded by 4 stone benches. 3 halls extend out, not including the one you came from. But what I will say, before I cut to Ava, is you see a young girl sitting on the raised platform in the center of the room. Ava, with your perception check, you can't tell the age of the paint. But what you can tell is that Waldorf is sincerely acting stranger than he ever has before. He seems to be led by something, like he's being given a tour of a world that largely doesn't make sense to him. Something he's being shown instead of something he's exploring. What do you do?
Ava would sort of look up from the paint, hearing dwarfs' mutterings, and walk over to him, sort of trying to listen as she kind of goes slowly to see if he stops talking as she approaches, or if he keeps going.
He's mostly just like nodding and kind of doing the small sounds of affirmation, like I see. Arms crossed, just hammers.
She'll place her hand on like his forearm and his close to like his wrist. Waldorf?
Oh, I, yeah, yes. Yeah, what can I do for you?
Do you know anything about this painting?
What would I know about this painting?
Well, I mean, it looks like a halfling, not one you recognize. And upon a cursory examination, all intents and purposes, that's absolutely a sea elf. You only know a couple sea elves. One being the Vesparin.
It's a halfling and a sea elf. I mean, it's pretty obvious, isn't it?
You seem like you're talking to someone. Or...
I mean, I just talk to myself sometimes just to get my thoughts out of my head. You know what I'm saying? Right? I mean, it's everyone talks to themselves. It's when you start answering yourself that you have to worry, right?
Ava is staring at Dwarf's chest. Her eyes sort of focused on a pendant there.
Oh, if you're talking about what I think you're talking about, it would be tucked inside his shirt and under his beard.
And somehow,
actually be able to see.
She's still staring exactly where it would be.
Huh. Okay. Well, have I got something in my beard? He's like picking at it and fiddling.
What are you wearing, Dwarf?
Oh, what? Do you like it? He kind of like does a little spin.
There was always an interesting thing about my brother's magic.
Means, like, his outfit.
That smell of ozone that always seemed to accompany him, mixed with the sweet grass from home, it always gave me a particular feeling. And I don't understand why I'm getting that from you. You've never been one to carry around magical trinkets.
I mean, that's not true. I've got trinkets galore, but I think you're probably looking for this. And he actually like reaches down and takes one of the... He's got several chains around his neck. He has like a pendant of Torag, and he has like a jeweler's... What's it called? The eyepiece. Used to know. He's got like several things around his neck, but buried in all of those chains, he, even without really like looking for the chain, just kind of hooks a finger in it and pulls it out from underneath his beard, and it's Rune's amulet. I think you're meaning this. And he like kind of holds it out towards her.
She reaches as though to take it, if he's like holding it out.
He kind of
Does
instinctively
Rook
like
see the pendant?
Pulls it back.
Rook is busy right now.
Got it.
And he kind of like looks over Ava's shoulder like there's somebody standing next to her, and kind of back to her really quickly, and then looks down at his hand. I mean, I know that it means a lot to you, but he really kind of wants me to hang on to it for a while, if that's all right with you. At least until the work is done.
No, Dwarf, what are you talking about?
We have so much. We've got so much to do, and I don't know. He wants me to hold on to it for a while.
When did Rune ever ask you to hold on to it?
Call it a feeling.
No, you don't.
I'm like,
Something
do
like
I
that on a
roll
feeling.
Deception here, or it's not the time to talk about it, Pop. We've got more important things to worry about right now. Let's worry about this when we get back to the Citadel, shall we?
You know, this really looks like the Vesparin.
Your powers of observation never fail to amaze me.
I have got the eyes of an eagle, my friend.
But younger. And who was this? The smaller man.
Oh, I'm going to take a wild guess and say that's Theobald. If she's that young, it's her adoptive father.
I'm going to note real quick. I believe Sailix missed the intention of what Rook is trying to say. Sailix, do you think he's talking about the mural?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Oh, he's looking at the girl on the pedestal.
Yeah, so it would take a while before you realize the rest of your friends are walking over. You thought he was talking about the mural. Eventually you do turn, and he's pointing to a young sea elf standing on the platform in the middle of the chamber.
As he just approaches the girl. Are you real? Are you here?
How much do you recognize her, Rook?
Passing.
Yeah. Curchanus, what do you do as you approach?
They'll just kind of watch the girl, just carefully stepping closer. I mean, is this actually just a younger Raywood? Does it look like it's actually her?
Make a perception check for me. As you approach, the young woman sort of falls into a seated position and begins to hug her knees. You hear that in Elven again. Do you speak Elven, Curchanus?
I do.
Okay. Curchanus will hear this, as would Sailix. Potentially Rook. In Elven, they would bite at me. They were as hungry as I was. Before I knew what I had to do. Suddenly, as you look around, the entire floor of this chamber is filled with what would be a layer of hungry rats, clawing and gnashing so high they're stacked up that suddenly, and really with only a blink, it would go as high as Waldorf's shoulders. This entire chamber is immediately flooded with, by their mannerisms, what would appear to be flesh-eating, carnivorous rats. I will make an initiative for everybody. The only person not immediately in a threat would be Rook and Raywin, or the Vesparin, or Talia at the time, standing on the platform. The rest, I mean, it is a sea of rats. Top of initiative. Look,
Oh.
this girl seems distraught. What do you do?
I presume Rook sees all the rats.
Yes, the uncountably
Okay.
infinite. Yes. Just swarms on swarms on swarms.
He'll look at. Did this seem to come from the girl?
Yeah, you can make a perception check. You don't know.
All right, that's fair.
You're. No. But she seems to be, connected to it somehow. This might be an illusion. In fact, there's a good chance this is an illusion. This isn't really a young girl, but she seems to have bites all over her body. Those small pricks, you could tell it would have been rodents eating away at her skin. Now you're surrounded by a sea of them.
Rook is going to just gut react and attempt to knock her out.
Okay, yeah, that's
just-
going to cost you all but an action.
Yeah.
I think that's a great time to officially start combat music, is knocking out the child. With a satisfying she just falls on the stage. Her body sort of softly glowing as these rats start to scream and move in towards this platform.
Well, that didn't work like I thought. Fuck!
You have an action left. What do you do?
He's going to aim Corvus down the line in front of him towards the group, and so as he raises Corvus up, there's this murmuring that comes from his mouth, as one hand is sort of absent-mindedly working these very intricate gestures. The sigils along Corvus light up as he pulls the trigger. A cone of just an empty cone just sort of tries to create a safe passage. So he's casting the safe passage spell along a straight line in front of him to part the swarm. I need to double check to see if safe passage actually does that, but that is what he is attempting to do.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, safe passage. Repel dangers from all around you, making passage through a chosen area safe for a brief amount of time. Anyone passing through the area gains the following benefits against harmful effects of the terrain and environment, including environmental damage, hazardous terrain, and hazards in the area. The spell grants +2 status bonus to AC against to anyone in the area. Resistance 5 to all damage. And furthermore, prevents anything in the area that's prone to collapse, such as rickety bridge, unstable ceiling. It prevents all of that from coming in. Safe passage only protects against harm, not inconvenience. It doesn't reduce difficult terrain, remove the concealed condition caused by perception, etc. This is the 5th level version, so it's resistance 10 and 120 feet long.
Okay. And it's a line from you to your friends? Or is it the platform?
Well, yeah, it would be pretty much head between the actually where's the is there a hallway on the opposite end? Yeah. So
Ooh, okay. You want to make a safe passage. I like that. So that's your way
yeah, so
out.
it'll cover that entire pathway.
Okay. We'll give it a yeah. 10-foot wide. Yeah. We'll do I'll let it be a path as far as wide as 10-foot wide, and spanning that whole stretch north to south. But describe what this spell looks like as you cast it and as it forms.
Yeah, so as he pulls the trigger, his other hand sort of aims behind him as from the gun. This does it push the rats away? Out of curiosity.
It won't. It'll likely flip them and
It won't.
scatter a lot of them and create a sort of a no.
Okay.
You can't get them all out of the way. Yep.
No, that's fair. That's fair. So yeah, as given the almost 3 feet of depth of the rats, there's just this wave that comes from the pillar, sort of parting massive amounts of them as it passes through the group, heading down into the hallway that they had just come from. While on the flip side of the pillar, the same is occurring, but from the other hand. And yeah, the rats slowly begin to swarm back in after that initial wave. But yeah, and that would be his last action.
They sort of scatter. What you get is a density of rats equivalent to a regular swarm of rats, not this ungodly feast that is this like literal ocean of rats. I mean, it's actually pretty mortifying. Next up in the first round, Waldorf, you are in this safe beam, and it is your turn.
I mean,
what do you do?
Safe is a relative term. You did describe a sea of flesh-eating rats up to my shoulders, and I think that in and of itself is a little traumatic, shall we say. Waldorf is going to kind of stumble forward about, I'm going to use just like one movement. Probably say to about here-ish. And I'm going to cast Repelling Pulse. Unfortunately, this is going to affect all creatures in a 30-foot emanation from this point.
Okay. What's the save?
So it is kind of a reflex save, and so it's instinctual. It comes from it's a place of almost sheer terror. But Waldorf would probably never admit that. It's like an instinctual, oh shit, I'm gonna die, I need everything away from me right now, kind of almost a psychic scream, and this like shockwave just explodes out from him. And that
Rook,
will
you got a nat 1. Would you like to spend a hero point? I made a reflex save for everyone.
It does 7d10 force damage, so probably yes.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
You're not making a reflex save. Okay. Ava is fine. Go ahead and roll that damage.
Critical success, the creature is unaffected. A regular success
What's the DC?
will take half damage. DC, my spell attack, so DC will be 37.
All right. Yes, so Rook, you critically fail. and you're not rerolling, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, you take 102. So after your temporary, you are at 70 wounds. Curchanus, you succeed. Sailix and Ava take no damage because of their fighter and ranger features and good rolls. But I think Curchanus takes half.
Any creature that fails is pushed 10 feet away from me. Any creature that critically fails is pushed 20 feet away from me.
Oh! Away! Okay.
Yes.
Rook, you are thrown off of the platform. The Vesparin is pushed off in the same direction as much. With you, the swarm of rats is also thrown back quite a lot. Ava and Sailix, you are doing fine, but rats have taken actually a lot of damage from this, so well done. Do you have anything else?
Nope, that's all 3 of my actions.
Okay. Sailix.
Me.
High up north. Yeah. Basically, a lot has happened in a very short time. Last thing you saw was young Talia being flung from this pulse of energy off this platform. You can't see her fate from the other side. She's fallen off of the stage. But what do you do?
Sailix takes off towards them, as in Talia and Rook.
Okay, you can get there in 2 move actions, landing and flying, so as to avoid provocations from the rats. Actually, you'll get some to take off. You'll get 2, which isn't bad. Well, if they didn't both hit and 1 crit, I'm going to roll a crit, and I'm going to roll a hit. You get attacks of opportunity from what I'm going to describe to you as a supernaturally powerful, godly force of manifestation here. No rat would be able to do this unless it was some other thing trying to make a point. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that they have cut at you with incredible efficiency as you made your way up, which would make sense because obviously these things aren't real. But it doesn't matter. You're taking 77 points of damage, and you have an action left as you land next to Talia. What do you do?
Is there anyone, or like any of them around either of them? Like any more?
Yes, they haven't really cut through this clearing yet. And you're protected in a way over here, but you are within swinging distance of, a sea. So basically they're everywhere at the same time. Even moving around likely would provoke again.
All right. Sailix will he will tell Rook to get Talia to the other end, and he will cover them. And with that, I will cast True Strike. Also, if you could click Shield Raised on my thing, it should increase my AC by 2. Because he is in a one-handed stance right now, which gives him that increase.
Awesome. Now the rats attack. Basically, everyone is going to get struck once. Waldorf. Let's see. Does
I have
39
like a pocket
hit?
of like no rats around me, right?
You're within biting distance of these rats. 43
39
does not hit Curchanus. All right. An attempt is made on Ava, and that does hit. Ava, you take, unless you have an ability, 46 points of damage plus you are grabbed.
Yeah, as a reaction, she will sigils along her hand will ignite as she raises cast shield to negate 25.
Okay, what shield do you have? It might break.
She has the arcane tattoo, so that she can cast the spell shield. So it absorbs 25 points of physical damage.
What is the hardness?
Does it have a hardness? Smith?
Yeah, eventually that shield will break, I believe.
Yeah, it should have a hardness based on your level.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I think
think
for that it will absolutely shatter.
Cool.
Because a hardness of 25.
That's accurate. It will shatter. Can't be used again for 10 minutes after that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Is good because it'll help you against that injury. However, you are grabbed still. That's probably the most important thing. A jaw attack to Rook. Will a 42 hit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sailix will use Guardian's Deflection, which would increase his AC, I think, by 2.
Would a 42 still hit?
Yes.
What matters is that you tried, and that's what heroes do. Yeah, you're gonna take 3d12 plus 14 minus 10, so you're taking 36 points of damage plus a grab for that. That puts you at 106 wounds. You are grabbed. You might not need to worry about that. Make a reflex save for me, though. Actually, no. It will make an athletics check versus your... What is your reflex DC?
38.
38, okay. Plus... It counts as a second attack, technically. So, 33 does not hit as it attempts to literally swallow you as a swarm. But to no avail. Safe passage is really coming in clutch for you here. And then, last but not least, I don't know if I attacked Sailix. I did, but it did not hit because you raised your shield. And 43 will not hit you with your shield raised. That takes us to Curchanus. It is your turn. What do you do?
Seeing the young Vesparin just get knocked unconscious and then just sent flying, he is just going to just bound up and over that raised dais there and go after her.
All right. Yep. It is an athletics check to mount, but it's only about 10 feet high. Less than that, actually. More like 5. How many actions do you have left? Because I believe you will provoke 2 attacks of opportunity.
Yep.
Okay. Do a jaw and a claw. A 39 and a 36. I don't think either hit.
Nope.
They are flanking, but they might only be flanking now, actually. So, what do you do now?
Does the... I mean, probably wouldn't take much stock into her physical well-being at the moment, but if she's still just laying there, he'll just pick her up in one arm, holding the spear in the other.
It's a very, very young Raywin.
Just look at Rook. Are you insane?
Yeah, I'm a little busy here. Give me a minute.
Yeah, you have a tsunami coming in.
Oh, they are singularly focused at the moment. And if I have an action left, I'll make a stab with a spear.
You have an action left. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
As you make that, you notice when you pick up a young and starved, that's critical hit. Talia, we'll say it's before the strike. That voice chimes again in Elven, an elegant, trained Elven, sea elves. We were so hungry. All of us. You feel her hunger, like a memory, like you're reading it from a book and you're empathizing with it, really feeling it, but you feel the collective hunger of every single one of these rats, too. Sewer rats, by the smell of it. You can go ahead and roll critical damage. Fantastic.
They just drive the
Small
spear
seed
down
black
into like a center of a swarm, and it is just an explosion of light that just scatters for a quick second. But that's me.
All right. Suddenly you feel the weight of the hunger of all of these rats resonating with her own. It's clear to you now that this is a memory. The difficulties of this challenge would reflect this memory. I want a will save from... Actually, it's a fortitude save from everybody, but I can make it on everybody's behalf in one click, if you would prefer. Unless you have anything. Yep. It has the mental trait.
I have a +4 versus mental traits.
+4?
Yeah.
I don't even know why I'm making this for you. Jeez. Okay. Curchanus, you don't fail critically. You fail, but not critically. Actually, you critically succeed. Sailix, you succeed. Rook, you succeed.
You have the wrong modifier for mine. That should be a total of +34, so +6 stats. I have a 40 save on that roll.
40? You critically succeed. I don't believe anybody fails. In fact, crit success, crit success. The only person that doesn't critically succeed is Sailix? Yeah, out of 38, Sailix only almost critically succeeds. For that, you're going to take 3d6 damage for a second there. God Killer, you feel as hungry as the Vesparin was that day.
Give me a second. You said it was a fortitude save, right?
Yeah.
So I have Juggernaut, which if I roll a success on a fortitude save, I get a critical success instead.
Wow. All right. Well, we spare this memory of the Vesparin any empathy, and feel not what she felt on that day. But you see it in the rats, and with a flank, they will attempt to overwhelm you all as you try to save her. Let's start with Curchanus. A jaw attack as this thing attempts yet again to grab you.
You have a +2 to your AC there, Curchanus, because you're in safe passage.
With a nat 20, we have a critical success at a
Or their
49
stat.
to hit.
Yeah.
Double damage would do 82 points of piercing, and you are grabbed. It will now make an athletics check. What is your fortitude DC? It fails. It definitely fails.
No.
It fails. And you actually take 10 less than that, so you can get 10 of your health back. Let me get that one for
Got
you. You're still grabbed, though.
Yep.
1, 2, and then let's see. And for a final move, an attempt again to bite you. It is a critical miss. The other rat, though, seeing you as easy prey, decides to unleash a breath attack. A swarm of noxious fumes, scraps of bone, and what could really be chalked up to the smell of sewage is sort of unleashed on all of you. It's like an amalgamation of just everything unpleasant you can imagine is associated with living in a sewer or a slum or anywhere you're not really supposed to be. Let's do a fortitude save from Sailix, Rook, and Curchanus. I can roll that real quick just because I'm here. It is not a mental trait. We got a nat 4 for 32 with Rook. Would you like to re-roll that, or are you fine with that result?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and spend the point to reroll.
All right. Much better. Nat 17. Well, that's a critical success from everybody except for Curchanus. Bones, sewage, filth, and rot sort of sprays into this room. 8d12 piercing damage. You're taking half of it, and then it's reducing.
Also have Juggernaut.
So for that, you will take nothing. You tanky bastard, you. But the damage is coming in, and it's coming in pretty quickly. So I want to ask, as I fix the initiative here, on the bottom of the turn order, before we go back to the top, Ava, what do you do?
Jeez. So currently she's grabbed. So I'm going to make an athletics check to see if she can get out of that grapple. 29.
A 29. A 29 does not break free.
All right. So
If you break
as
from
she's
one,
like,
you're grabbed by another.
yeah. She's trying not to like let the panic get to her.
Yeah.
She is thinking what she can do while grabbed by these rats besides just kind of try and beat them off. But it sort of brings to mind a story that Vesparin had told her in the past. But I don't know if it would help. So
Make a perception check.
she'll see.
You see rats just sort of raining down from the dome. I mean, they're replacing themselves. With the 35, you do see up on that stage, there's exactly what you think there would be in a small bottle. It's cracked, but for all intents and purposes, it's probably what you think it is. You just need to get out of the bind that is this swarm of rats. So, 2 actions left. What do you do?
She also knows one other person that knows this story. As her eyes sort of train on that glass vial, and then Sailix, who is sort of directly behind that pedestal. Sailix, get the bottle. Remember the baker's story. And she will try to draw attention to it. And then use her last action to again try and get out of this swarm that is overtaking her.
Let's do it.
No, I'm horrible today. 30?
Well, yeah, I don't think that's gonna make it either.
Golly gee willikers.
Yeah, don't get swallowed whole by this thing, please. Rook. Curchanus is taking Talia, trying to get out of dodge. Sailix is turning around, and you are flanked by a sea of disgusting rats. What do you do?
I'm not currently grappled, is that correct?
You're not.
He will call out to Marikai, and basically he's casting freedom of movement on himself. Unless the effects are magical and greater than level 4 in this instance, he will auto-succeed on any checks that would immobilize.
Fantastic. All right.
And then with that, he will look at the beastie that took a chunk out of him and fire off his gun using telekinetic projectile.
All right. Which one? East or west?
All right. Which one is taking damage? Have they both taken damage? Yeah, they both have. The one closest to him. Presuming a 38 misses.
No, 38 hits.
Oh, no, it hits. Look at that. So, just as before, when you first met him, a spiral of magic comes down his arm. As he pulls the trigger, there's this loud bang as a bullet ejects from Corvus and then shatters into a series of pellets and metal fragments, slamming into this mass of rat creatures.
Beautiful. And it really just like you can see the impact in the way that it causes them to scatter like a school of fish. Really terrifying though, because it opening up really reveals the sheer volume of the dire rats that are ready to pile in at any point. What do you do next?
Those were my 2 actions. Or my 3 actions. That was it. Freedom of movement and telekinetic projectile.
All right. Waldorf, Heart Eater. Ava shouted over to Sailix. You can see Sailix, maybe, depending on your exact height. The platform's 5 feet tall. She's currently swarmed, grabbed by these things. Every time she manages to break free, another dozen or so rats grab her, and she's pulled again. You don't know if they're trying to pull her out of this protection, or what, but she has tried to break out and can't. What do you do?
Waldorf is going to go after Poppy. He is going to dive headfirst into this rat swarm after her. I'm going to use 1 action to move basically into the square right next to Ava, and then I'm going to use my miraculous possibility where I get to kind of hold an open spell, and I am going to cast Repulsion at 6th level. And Repulsion says that up to 40 feet away from me, nothing is allowed to move towards me. It's going to be a will saving throw. On a success, the creature treats each square in the area as difficult terrain when moving closer to me. On a failure, the creature cannot move closer to me within the area. So it's going to be a 40-foot radius around Waldorf and Poppy, where nothing can move towards him.
Even friends?
Failed will save. I guess so, yes. Any restrictions on a creature's movement apply only if it voluntarily moves towards me. For example, if I move closer to a creature, it doesn't then need to move away. So it's only...
Got it.
Holding everything at arm's reach.
Fantastic. So...
Go ahead.
Wow. Okay. Describe this spell, because it's absolutely going to affect the rats behind you that were coming in like a sort of tsunami. It's like a swarm of gray rats at your flank that, well, they're now going to have to make a will save. All right. Do you have any other actions?
Nope, that's it. That's all 3 of my actions.
Would you say anything to Ava before we go to Sailix's turn?
Nope. Doesn't say a word. Just pure action.
Oh, bitter. I like it.
No, she doesn't. He just knows that she doesn't want to hear it out of him right now. He's like, if I say something, I'm just gonna.
Yeah, but maybe now that you're not talking
to myself.
But maybe now that you're not talking, she does want to hear it out of him. We need a comic relief dwarf.
He's just trying to be effective.
Speaking of effective, I'm sure it is, because Sailix, you know what... Yeah, breaking between the line of sight. Sailix, you know what Ava is likely talking about. There is a bottle on the platform. It was very small, so it was hard to notice. It might not have even been there before. But what matters is that Ava thinks it has to do with this. Do you go to it?
Yeah, he would go to
Okay.
it. Is that red dot? I
Flying or
presume?
jumping on? Yeah. So a small complication. As you step up, you realize a magical repulsion prevents you from continuing. You cannot go any closer to Waldorf per this spell. You need to make a will save. You do have 2 hero points, so we'll see how this goes. Waldorf, what is the DC?
You're muted.
My divine DC is 37.
I've rolled in the tower, Sailix. I'm pleased to report that you beat the DC by 2. With the 39,
All right.
you continue on. With a single move action, you make to the center of the platform. There are no rats on it. You see the vial. What do you do?
Pick it up.
Okay. You've got an action left. Or 2. With your fuckery. It looks to be a poison.
All
Mundane
right.
as all get out.
So I can get back to. I'm sorry, I can't see the map. I can get back to Curchanus while he's holding the young body of Talia with one more action, right?
Yep.
And then with the final, I can empty the contents of the vial onto her. Like, the story was, she coated herself in the poison, not drank it. So all I have to do is pour it on her, I presume.
Okay. So a couple provoked attacks of opportunity as you make your way over. The swarm is not defeated, and for that they will attack. A 44 will hit, and then a 36 will not. Funny enough, it was a claw attack. You are not grabbed for that, but you are taking 32 minus 10. You're taking 22 points of damage as these rats scream and claw at you as you make your way down.
Can I take a reaction?
If you have one, yeah.
Reactive strike. If an enemy damages an ally and they're both within 15 feet, I can take an attack at it, and I reduce the damage the ally took by 20 points.
Holy crap. Okay. Well, Sailix, you take 2 points of damage in total. But yeah, go ahead and make your attack.
Daddy.
But then, Curchanus, I want you to reconcile with the fact that Sailix is coming to pour poison over.
Oh, definitely.
Body.
He doesn't know what's in the vial. He just knows it's a vial of something.
I will say it is a black vial with a drawing of a skull on it.
Oh, come on.
That is a critical hit, though. His reaction, so it doesn't matter. 89 points of damage on this swarm. Yeah, they're easy to cut into. There's just so many of them. Well done. Fantastic. But they get to go before you have a chance to observe what happens, Curchanus. An attempt with Jaws. That's a critical miss. And 2 claw attacks. That will surely miss as well. We will do Jaws, and then a 2 action. Let's get a reflex save from Curchanus. Let's get a reflex save from Rook as that spray again. That's a nat 1. Do you want to spend your hero point, Curchanus?
Yes, please.
All right. I dare say that is wise. Do you have anything to increase your save there, or is it just plus 28?
Reflex is my absolute worst save.
Okay. So you fail it, but not critically. And Rook, you save, so you're taking half of this, but I think you have a reduction. Curchanus, you take 55 points of damage. Minus 10. You're at 124 wounds. And Rook, you take half of that. Minus 10. So not a lot. But that takes us to Curchanus.
So he jumped up, grabbed something, came back down, and then just splashed her.
Yes, just uncorked and just started pouring ominous this like jet black bottle, and then a sort of, I don't know, it's like the color of like Red Bull, I guess.
They are absolutely just going to turn, just putting themselves between Sailix and the young girl. Have you all lost your minds? What are you doing?
I'm doing what I have to end this. Look, you might have had a quick conversation with her, but I've known her for decades. I know more
Have you?
about her. Yes.
Because the Raywin that I met over the past few weeks, I don't know if you know her.
Vesparin is always changing. She was Erin before this and Talia before that. This needs to happen. It's part of the story. She's not Raywin right now. She's Talia. Look at her. That's not Raywin. That's not the woman that sits outside that gate meditating. This is Talia. This is a point in her life that has happened where she sat in a beggar's door for warmth and rats ate at her feet. She covered herself in poison to make sure that they died and left her alone. This is her story and we're playing it out.
And if you're wrong,
this isn't her anyway. It's just a vision.
they'll turn back and let Sailix finish what he's doing, just kind of turning and jamming the spear off into the rat swarm to our right, trying to give him cover. Hey, 46.
All right. Yeah, it's a critical hit. Let's make it.
Destroyed.
Yeah, you have destroyed this quarter, but you will see. I mean, it is a mesh, a lattice, right? The structure of the rats as they crawl down from an unknown place to fill the absence. You have a chance. There's a sort of a break You're no longer flanked, as backup is on the way, but surely as they fade into nothing, more come to replace them. It's pretty bleak, but you'll notice, stepping down in the direction no rat will go to, jumping off of the platform, is an Ava Ravenswood, joining the rest of you in the fray. Ava, what do you do?
So Curchanus is still holding Talia, right? Who Sailix has doused in poison. Very calmly, Ava will approach.
Sounds so bad.
Curchanus, give her to me. You need both your hands for your staff sphere.
I am fine. I will protect her.
Curchanus, there's more to this story. And I don't think you can do what needs to be done next. So please, you have to trust me on this.
They will very reluctantly hand up the girl.
So Ava will she'll draw the young Talia like close to her chest, before turning towards like the swarm, and she will walk like directly towards the thickest part of the swarm with Talia in her arms. And as she passes by Sailix, he'll hear her whisper, "And the rats ate her. That's how they died." But yeah, she'll hold Talia though, as she goes towards the rats.
They almost take an attack of opportunity. Almost.
If you took an attack of opportunity, I feel like Sailix would take an attack of opportunity against you. Yeah, it would be a chain.
Mm-hmm.
What is going through Curchanus' mind as Ava just strides straight in, out of safety, directly into the horde?
Pure confusion, anger, and the last glimmering hint of trust.
You hear the screams of the rats as they begin to feast on the body that surely you all understand to be something of an illusion, or a manifestation, as we've been calling it lately. But then they seem to hush, frothing from the mouth. It's almost like their organs are boiling. Suddenly, rupturings from their belly. You can see clumps of wet fur and just sort of piles and piles of these rodents pilling off, revealing a sort of opening. Ava is there. This young Talia is still in her arms. She would fade, but not before every single rat in this chamber dies. Foam in the mouth, eviscerated from the inside. Sailix holds the bottle, the poison. Ava holds Talia, who will fade alongside the bottle, leaving an empty chamber. That was the story of a young girl who had to fight for her life. Poison belonged to a river talon. That part of the story doesn't matter. What matters is what you see now in this chamber are more murals depicting different memories of that blue elf, one you know unmistakably to be the Vesparin. What do you guys do?
What is this madness?
Rook falls to the ground, leaning up against the pedestal. What that individual said.
You may have known Raywin for 5 weeks, but her life is so much longer than that. There was so much more that went into making her Raywin, making her the Vesparin, than what you met for 5 weeks. She's went through trials and tribulations, and this happened to be one of them.
Are we out of combat?
We are out of combat. Yeah, all the rats have
And
dissolved.
how many more of these trials and tribulations can we expect exactly?
What he said.
Well, generally, in each gate, there's only one. Or two, I don't know. Rune was good at figuring that shit out. But I'm hoping that since it's empty, that was it.
Rune. As Rook will knock at his head with Corvus. Wake up, you little fucker.
Waldorf is going
Yeah.
to stride down and kind of hop up onto the dais just to be within casting distance of everyone. And I'm going to drop a 3-action heal from my cleric font.
Perfect.
Bless you.
Which is a 30-foot emanation targeting all living and undead creatures in the burst. It's going to do 9d8 plus 72.
9d8 plus 72. Why doesn't it just say all? How many hit points?
That's going to heal
just
everyone
all of
in
them.
30 feet for 138 hit points.
Is it 98 or 90-10?
It is 90. Oh, it is 90-10. Thank you. You are correct.
Thank you. Yeah, no,
I rolled it right, but I said
I was worried about you guys until you said 90-10. That one,
Yeah. So think of it
Make
as like
or
an
break,
apology to Rook for my small outburst earlier. I do apologize for losing my temper there, or losing my cool, as it were.
I mean, to be fair, I would normally shoot you, but since you've just made me feel completely better, I will completely retract any mean thing I said to you in my head.
It's. I mean, it's probably fair. I probably deserve whatever it was.
Oh, yeah, you did. I assure you.
But I like to make amends.
Yeah.
Not just apologize.
Good on you. So, how many years of trials and tribulations did this bloody sea elf deal with, exactly?
Oh, there's no way to tell.
Well, I'm fairly sure she's still dealing with them, so...
100 then.
Does anyone really
100
know
years? We have 100 years of potential bullshit and personal skull fuckery to deal with?
Well, I mean, you don't have to stay if you don't want to.
No, that part he has to do. There's one thing he has to do, and it's stay.
I mean...
Anyway, Sailix will look to Ava and Waldorf, and he'll just kind of nod in the directions around them. Every other time we've come to one of these places, there's been more to be found, so we can either split up or take it as a group, but we need to explore the rest of this area to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Lead the way. I'm game.
Are you okay, Ava?
Ian, did you say more murals had appeared?
Yeah, so there's just like a bunch of carvings all over the place. There's no saying really what they depict. So many of them are actually just very vague. But each one she seems to be involved with in some way, just all around this circular chamber.
Yeah. Eva sort of stares at Rook for a moment, trying to decide what to do with him, especially after he said wake up to Rune in his mind, but that's an issue for later.
Wake up, you little fucker, to be specific.
That is true. That is really sus.
It is. Okay. She stands up and looks to Rook. What are you... Who's in your head, Rook?
Rook looks to Sailix and back to Ava. As he very slowly, clearly trying to draw the moment out, looking down at the ground, putting Corvus back on the holster. Well, does she have her crossbow out by chance?
It's at her hip.
Okay, that's fair. So, yes. Wait, was that the answer to your question? What was your question again? I forgot.
Oh my. Neth is short and curly's man.
You sure do know how to pick them, Sailix.
Listen,
Yeah,
listen. There
proficient
are
at-
so many things running through my head right now, and it's just it.
Look,
Ava.
look.
Ava.
Breathe,
Sa-
bud. Breathe.
Ava.
Sailix claps Rook on the shoulder. Shh.
You'll get used
If we're
to
gonna
it
do
eventually.
this, fine. When Rune died, he went to where he went. I don't know. Somewhere wizards fucking go. I don't know.
You're telling it
Anyway.
wrong, as usual, you idiot. The wizard
Right?
had a plan.
I mean,
Rune had a plan. Had a plan B. It just didn't work, and it's a little fuzzy, but he found me in the Ravenswood. And I know we made an agreement. I don't remember the details, but I'm here, and he's here too. He's just not quite here.
And how did we get him here?
I have no bloody clue how to do that. I think he's figuring it out. It makes my brain it's on fire. My head is on fire. It's been hurting since I saw you lot. I don't have an answer. Not a single one. All I know is my gun doesn't work like it used to work, which is really annoying the shit out of me. I've got a raven who follows me around trying to say something to me, and I can't understand a goddamn word of it. I want to use words and say things, and something is not letting me do that, and I don't know why, and it's really just fucking pissing me off. So, I'm here. I know I can't leave. For fuck's sake, I can't even think about it. You as he gestures to Ava, but looks at Sailix, you need to stay alive, and I don't fucking know why, because I don't know you, and you can take care of your goddamn self. As he switches,
You'll notice
looking and pointing
Waldorf
as he mentions each one.
and Curchanus have headed south.
Actually, I
Curchanus
would
does
like
look
to
back
cast
briefly.
I would like to cast my cantrip Bullhorn, which allows my voice to be heard clearly within 500 feet by everyone.
What do you say?
You lot might want to come see this. That's all. You can stop bickering for a moment.
Now, why you can't get through anything here, because shit's always happening.
Hey, welcome to the party.
Much easier when it's just two of you.
We all walk the
Well, it's
path
not.
that the gods have designed for us. There's not you can do about it. Just
Sailix
one
looks
foot in front
towards-
of the other.
Sailix looks towards
My
Waldorf.
voice is still like massively amplified, by the way. It
Well-
lasts for 10 minutes.
Fuck the gods and fuck their plan. And then he'll look to Rook. Now you know why it took me so long to come back and get you. And then he'll look to Ava.
Yeah.
If you want
And
to
if
hear
we're
the
all
gods
done,
laugh, tell
we're
them
all-
your plans.
And then he'll look to Ava. And if we're all done and we're all now on the same page, we can get the fuck out of here.
This is far, far from over, but
Of course.
wait until we're back at home.
Yeah, can't wait.
Is this a raised platform in front of Waldorf and Curchanus?
So, yeah, it is a raised platform. It's stairs. We'll take it over to you because it's a set of stairs that
The Waldorf is
leads.
definitely walking up the stairs. Just, like,
Okay,
almost
yeah.
in a trance.
Curchanus, you follow in tow right away, right? Because you'll find
I was muted.
another gate, a portal.
Another gate.
Yeah, it's a way station. Every other way station you've been to, like Jewel Gate, it's a portal on either side.
Oh, right.
So you see a gate. Yeah, it's carved out to look exactly like Vengegate on your flank. So it'll be a stone archway depicting wasps, nests, and sharp patterns. But you'll notice there are drawings all over the floor in chalk and in charcoal in the shape of runes of all sorts. What do you do?
Yeah, very careful not to step on those.
I imagine.
So what is this?
You're asking the wrong. Wait.
I
What
mean,
is
do
this?
we have to watch her
Waldorf is
get
like
buried
passing over
alive?
his shoulder.
Do we have to watch her drown?
Steel yourself, brother. No matter what it is. You'll be strong enough to deal with it. We always are. Until we're not. And after that, it doesn't matter. You won't care. Walk your path. You'll be fine.
I'm going to point out quickly, Ava, Rook, and Sailix, you're still arguing while this is happening. I'm imagining you're all of the same opinion that it's time to go home, but you think you're all arguing with each other about it. And while this is happening, you'll notice in your line of sight, Rook and Ava, you'll see the Vesparin. Young, still holding a small dagger, standing in a shallow pool to the northwest. Sailix, you don't see this. You see on the northeast, a bedroom etched in your own nightmares. You remember saving the Vesparin from a scene like this. A bloodbath at a harem. She died, and this was still when that meant something to you. She didn't need saving, but you remember exactly what it was like to find her here. That room is a mockery of that to the northeast. What do you three do?
Rook stands up, staring down the hallway. He's just sort of resting his head against the muzzle, the barrel of his gun, I should say, and just tapping at his head. I don't want to go down there. I don't want to go down there. It's none of my business. As he's walking in that direction.
Perfect. I love this character. This is amazing. So Ava, what do you do? That's your half brother headed up there.
Oh my god, no, he's not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
He's something. But she will follow.
Okay. Sailix, you do already see many bodies laying on the pillows. The accent red and gold, all just doused in blood, only partially dried.
As he just kind of starts hovering towards that direction, he shakes his head. Starlight, you keep making me watch you die over and over again.
Head up there. All right. So, I'm going to do... We'll start south. Curchanus and Waldorf. If you want to speak before what you see appears, you may. But on the northeast and northwest corners of the room, two humanoid forms start to coalesce. What do you do?
So, no idea what hell this is supposed to represent then.
Nope. Not a clue.
And the others, are they possessed by madness, or is this normal?
No, that's just normal bickering for them.
You must have the patience of a saint.
It's a learned skill, to be sure. Living with this lot for as long as I have, you learn patience, that's for sure. Honestly,
In the top,
though, there's no one else I trust more than that.
They just nod.
Whatever comes, they'll see it through.
Waldorf, you see in the top left corner, or northwest for your map, Rune, young Rune. He appears. There's something strange about him, though. I would like both of you to make a perception check, maybe? This person seems to be...
33.
Waldorf, how about you? Yeah, it's hard to tell. It's just, again, a manifestation of some sort. Magical runes start to appear around him, though. There is a haziness.
35. Not much better.
Waldorf, this is Rune a few years younger. Before you met him, it must have been. He's missing an eye. He still has some baby fat. But as you turn, the other humanoid figure coalescing is a gnoll. She carries a bow and an arrow and the symbol of the Scarlet Triad. You've never seen someone more afraid of Rune. She begins to cower, to flee, moving around and eventually hiding behind the way station, out of line of sight in the gate, appearing mortified of this young Rune Ravenswood. I'm going to cut it over while you think about what you want to do here. Ava, as you make your way to the chamber, you see the Vesparin, or Talia. Someone very young, we'll put it that way. She holds a dagger and immediately calls out to you as you approach, speaking in a sea elf dialect of Elven. What do you do?
If she calls out to her, Ava will stride forward quickly, trying to see what she needs. Best friend. But she doesn't understand sea elf, so she just kind of shakes her head.
How about Rook?
Rook has tongues going, so he understands everything.
Okay. You hear her. Please don't do this. Why would you do this? No, don't get closer.
Oh, so hold up
Drawing the
there,
daggers, pointing.
Ava. She's afraid of something. I don't know what though.
Ava will stop her, quickly scanning the room for any sort of threat.
Back
no,
up.
No. They're turning. They're all turning. They're turning.
They're turning?
I have to hide. I have to hide. She'll sink into the water. She doesn't have any scars on her body. She seems even younger than how you saw her on the platform. She just sort of lowers herself into this bath and draws a weapon, her hand shaking. Practically in the middle of a panic attack as she prepares. You do see this silhouette of figures, almost as if there were people in the room, but they're not. Instead, only the shadow they cast on the water before you in this glistening bath are present. but they move closer to her. Her hand raises, quivering. In Sea Elven, you hear, I don't want to do this. Don't make me do this.
Something she didn't want to do?
What do you do?
I guess Rook would just see Ava's features like completely fall as she just like her hand goes up to the token of Aristella around her neck. Not this one.
What's this one? Should I worry?
Yeah. To let it play out. It's and she just like has this look of extreme sadness over her face. But she's going to try and approach the small Vesparin.
Okay.
She wants to. She knows it's an illusion. She knows that it's not really happening, but there's something about, what she knows is about to happen in Vesparin's history that she wishes that she could be there to comfort this small child in what is going to come next.
The hand raises. Notice, I want you to make a reflex save for me, based on what I'm going to describe, before I take it back to Curchanus and Waldorf. You feel a thickness in the air. Like a room full of... Yeah. Raw 50? That'll do just right. She was waiting. You saw in the reflection of her eye that you appeared to look identical to what you could only imagine be her parents. The two of you. You dodge just in time as she moves in to cut your throat. She looks confused that you would be so quick. Before we continue with that, I'm going to take it over to Waldorf and Curchanus. Waldorf, what do you do? So this knoll is hiding from this young wizard that is slowly walking around, calling out for her. Come on, Gubby.
Much like Ebenezer Scrooge in A Christmas Carol, when he's being visited by the ghosts, Waldorf has the impression that this is a scene that's playing out in front of him that he likely cannot affect the outcome of. So he is going to. It's like in a almost in a dream, like he's watching this happen in front of him. So he's watching it almost like a movie, following the rune figure. Waldorf has almost this look of wonderment, this kind of like sad, childlike loss, just staring at Rune. He's got, tears in his eyes, knowing that this is his friend, a young version. This is a piece of history of what happened, a piece of Rune's life that, nobody was really probably privy to. And so he is kind of in this state of it's a bittersweet kind of emotion where he's happy to see his friend, but it just reminds him that he's gone. So he doesn't really interact. He just kind of stands and watches with tears in his eyes.
They'll put a hand on Waldorf's shoulder. This, I've seen this. Why do I recognize this? He's
tell me.
Going to kill that gnoll.
Puppy. The gnoll starts to scream. She falls to the ground with a plop, a hand extended out towards you two. She looks to you, Waldorf. She wants you to stop this.
If she's making like eye contact with Waldorf, he would definitely step forward and put himself between the rune and this knoll. And see what happens.
Do we not have to let this play out? Do we not have to let this happen?
Your guess is as good as mine. Honestly, you're asking the wrong person.
They'll
You see,
stand shoulder to
Lavendil,
shoulder with Waldorf.
In this
Rune
place,
continues.
life and death have no meaning here. This is my world. And here, I am a god.
He moves around,
Stop.
gets closer to her. She's crawling towards you.
Spears out, flaming and just ready.
Waldorf calls out, "Stop!" And that bullhorn that makes his voice heard to everyone within 500 feet.
The rune in that room is just looking at that knoll with pure hatred. And he's bisected. Half of him is charred and crackling with energy. The other half is clean, almost perfect.
What do you want me to do?
This
That's his voice
has-
chimes in. It is my memory, no? To stop it now will not change it. Waldorf, I'm going to give you a decision here. This is a manifestation, and you know you can interact with it. It's also the manifestation of a memory. I made a knowledge religion check for you. You're not helpless to act. But what matters is that this is a representation of something that happened. Do you stop it, or do you let it happen?
With tears literally running down his cheeks into his beard, he would stand and watch and let it happen. He doesn't think that there's.
I'm going to
anything
ask
he could do.
Curchanus, do you do the same?
They'll just watch the dwarf, watch him step to the side, take a step towards Waldorf, and embrace him.
I don't know what to do. By the gods, I don't know what to do.
I don't believe any of us do.
Talk to me. Talk to me. I don't know what to do.
I'm so lost without you.
Rune moves in. What happens to Gubby is so violent from an energy perspective that it isn't even gruesome. She's not flayed.
Waldorf just
She's not
closes his
eviscerated. She is unraveled by the energy of what is, for all intents and purposes, a young wizard feeling for a moment to be all powerful. Curchanus, you might watch, but Waldorf doesn't. What matters is this already happened, and we get to see it play out. Ava, do you do the same?
I mean, from her understanding, she has to. She's not.
What do you say to Rook?
Who looks utterly
She's sort of
confused, by the
close.
way.
Yeah, Ava closes her eyes for a long moment after evading that swipe from the Vesparin. But having caught that image in her eye, she turns to look at Rook slowly. We have to let her kill us.
Excuse me?
Not actually.
Because those rats, those are pretty fucking real.
But she's not.
Those rats were fucking real. And you want me to stand there and let this lovely sea elf stab me in the neck?
Hold out again. Get back. Get back.
That's exactly what I want you to do, Rook. If there's any part of Rune in there, trust me on this.
He just sort of frustratingly pointing at the situation with this gun. This is fucking ridiculous. Every moment of this is fucking ridiculous. You get that, right? I'm not the crazy one here, and I spent a desert with a madman.
Ava, what do you do?
This will only end if you follow through. And she will step towards Vesparin, continuing the story.
Okay. Briefly, I'm just gonna. Yeah. Okay. We are being boarded by a raid. In typical raid fashion, I'm pleased to announce that we're live for like maybe another 10 minutes. So if you're raiding, tell us who to raid, and we will pay it forward and share the love. Hello, everybody, and also if you just follow, I'm gonna get a notification, and I will smile a lot. So that would be wonderful. Currently, we're dealing with an absent player's past trauma. In the forms of manifestations in a metaphysical pocket dimension. So Pathfinder, essentially. Yeah, go figure.
Yay,
Ava?
trauma.
As you, yeah, it's great. It's great. Ava, as you step forward, you don't attempt to dodge or block this? Is that correct? Okay.
Nope.
The Vesparin, a young sea elf, will slash at you with a dagger. And as a dagger would strike, it is 1d6 plus 1 damage. So you take 2 points of damage from the strike of a flick of the dagger Rook, she appears unharmed.
At the strike, Rook's arm just reflexively puts the gun up to point at the Vesparin. However, as his hand comes up, the gun immediately leaves his hand, just jumps out and returns to its holster. God damn you, Corvus. I hate my life.
You do.
I hate my life. I want to go back to the desert. It was easier, even with that fucking angel.
Over her shoulder, Ava will just like very softly call. Her little sister came into the room next.
Do I have to be a...
Seems to suit you.
My voice can only go so high. Please don't kill me, sister. Don't stab me in the face. For the love of all of our family, don't do this, no. As he walks towards the sea elf. Don't stab me in the face, I beg you.
I'm gonna stab you in the face.
It sounds like we've missed something here.
Tears running down her face. But you do notice as you get close enough that it appears, based on her skin and her hair and the way that she cries, that she is underwater. She isn't, for all intents and purposes, in this way station, but it appears to be so by the way she's standing and the way her hair floats and is displaced by the air, asking forgiveness as she cuts into you. Sobbing. When the blade makes contact, you take a laughable 5 points of damage, and suddenly she dissolves into the water. You see now a mural depicting exactly what happened in the subsequent destruction of her entire tribe beneath the surface. And then at the end, a depiction of an aboleth, an elven Minothaguro.
Rune
He was the one
just
who destroyed her village.
Scrambles to the wall at the sight of the aboleth.
Who?
Rook. My bad.
My bad.
If you turn, as this trial concludes, you'll see Curchanus and Waldorf, equally distressed, waiting for you. It seems their part of this mission is over as well. Do you go with them?
Ava will leave Rook at this point and just walk towards them.
Rook, what do you do?
Rook is currently sitting on the ground trying to figure out why this thing that he's never seen just terrified the crap out of him.
It's a great point.
There is a tear
Something
running
about
down
that
his
aboleth.
face. Yeah, there is a tear running down his face as he looks to where the Vesparin was, the young one, the young sea elf, and and to no one really. I'm sorry for everything. Don't know why. My apologies. He's
So you
gone
return
for
with the others
quite a
in the
while
center
before
chamber.
Yeah, after a long while, like disturbingly long while, he'll clean himself up and rejoin them.
Right. I mean, each of you need a lot of time. As you finally regroup, you realize eventually, before you decide to embark, as you all sort of meet in the safe zone that is the center of this considerably large chamber, you're missing somebody. And as you look, you see the silhouette of that angel with the mechanical wings on the northeast wing. Sailix, why don't you describe what they see as they come to find you on your final trial?
So, Sailix is holding the Vesparin in the pile of pillows that's just blood and bodies scattered around. He's got superficial wounds and cuts all over his body. Unlike everybody else, he tried to intervene in the memory. So he's played through the memory over and over again. And now he is just holding her. Where I guess you would see the visage of a younger Sailix hold the same way, as he kind of just pushes bloody hair out of her face, and tears from his eyes just drip down to her onto her face, clearing away the blood marks as he just kind of rocks her, saying, "I'll kill him. I'll kill them all. I'll burn this whole country to the ground."
Sailix, what have you done?
This is obviously Cao Ling, from the look of it. Waldorf, the look in Salix's eyes, I'll make a perception check for you, but I'm pretty sure what you notice right away is this was a scene of a massacre. A place of comfort, sacked and destroyed, everyone within unsuspecting and brutally murdered. Sailix didn't do this. Sailix, in his own mind at least, is guilty of being just a bit too late. This isn't his memory, though. This was the Vesperins, and for that, what you all missed were the events that unfolded before he got here. What he had to witness. Finally seeing it all through to the end, without intervening, it starts to dissolve like the rest. Sailix, what would you say?
He'll just kind of sit there, still on his knees. I'm sorry. I won't leave you again.
Waldorf crosses the room to where Sailix is laying or sitting on his knees, and Waldorf isn't much taller standing than Sailix is kneeling. And he just, with that same kind of act of kindness that Curchanus just gave to him, just places that rough, calloused hand on Sailix's shoulder and just says quietly, "There's naught you could have done, lad. Remember, it's just a memory. What's been done has been done. And you know this isn't the real her. We've got to get back to her and get her fixed up. You know she'll be all right. She always is. But now is not the time to grieve. There's work to be done."
As to an extending a hand to help you up, Sailix. What you see as this room dissolves, or at least what Curchanus, Ava, and Rook would see, the silhouette of the winged angel and the dwarf that helped him build his armor, helped him repair his weapon, and helped give him his wings again. Waldorf, you will get a hero point for helping Sailix and lifting him out of what is the final haunt, what finally brings peace to this way station. You feel an overwhelming calm radiating out from this final moment. The walls painted again with a mural, ancient stories, more memories, what fills out to be a century of such memories, some good, many bad. But what matters is whatever the fuck this was, you've won. Leaving only 2 gates, one home and one beyond. But that's where we're going to end off for tonight. All right.
Doesn't
So-
feel much like when it does it.
It never does with me, does it? Well, this has been episode 84. This has actually been the end of chapter 1 of book 6, and there's only 3 chapters, so I'm not saying panic, but I'm not saying don't. Absolutely well fucking done, all. We're gonna do our outros, because I am already in the 3rd of January on my time zone. We'll start with Daniel. How's it going? How's Sailix?
Hi guys, I'm Daniel. I played Sailix Lavendil. It's going horribly. Everything is on fire, and there's no exits. So we're just in here till the building burns down at this point. But now that this session was great, craziness. Can't wait to see the next bit of interaction between Ava and Sailix. That's going to be great. And see what the hell happens with Rook. Where's Ren and Rune? All that good stuff. Also, I do
At
want
least
to
we're not playing Rose Waldorf anymore.
Right. I do want to give a big shout out to Hoop. Thank you so much. Curchanus is an amazing character. Every time you bring them back, it is always a great time. With that being said, if you guys did enjoy what we did here tonight, come check us out in 1 week's time, where you can replay all of the shenaniganery that we did here on our YouTube channel. And yeah, it's going to be a good time. That's all I got tonight.
All right. The frickin'... I'm calling it. I don't do MVPs, but MVP to Waldorf. Oh my god. Oh. How's it going, man?
Waldorf is not looking forward to the conversation coming with Ava either. I feel like there's a lot of unpacking to do there. MVP, really? Wow, God, that just means so much coming from you.
It's because you let me traumatize you the most.
Yeah, long-term traumatization is definitely my game. I did really like the session tonight. It was a very cool way of keeping Jen and Vesparin in the game, even though she was not here with us tonight. Jen, we miss you if you're watching. We love you. It was a really kind of a cool way to kind of get some of her backstory out to the rest of us, like, because I didn't know any of those stories. I think that's really cool, kind of a way of giving us kind of a taste of what she's been through and where her character comes from. So yeah, tonight was definitely interesting. Not something that I would have ever kind of expected us to run into. That was really neat. I think that was really kind of an emotional roller coaster for Waldorf. That was different to see Rune in that moment of severity and kind of ruthlessness was definitely not something that Waldorf had ever seen from his friend before. Really, always kind of knew Rune as the cool, collected one, and didn't ever see that like I'm a fucking god side. Although,
Good
like, to be
backstory
fair,
for their relationship.
Rune really was kind of a bit of a god to Waldorf, I think. So that tracks.
Okay, I'm crying.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I feel like Rune definitely Rune and Poppy specifically are the ones that really kind of like pulled Waldorf's ass out of the fire. Vesparin too. Like Vesparin's the one that really like actually came and found him in Sagarak and like pulled him out of the Triad hideout and everything. So like those three characters are kind of a big deal to Waldorf. So yeah, tonight was interesting. Yeah, that's enough out of me. If you, like Daniel said, if you like what you saw tonight, check us out on YouTube. If you really like what you saw tonight, check us out over on Patreon at patreon.com/pennyforatale. Reach out to us on social media. Let us know what you would like to see over there so that we can customize that content to what you would like out of us. And once again, I hope to see everyone again next Sunday night. So.
Incredible. Bringing it. I mean, it was really all-star tonight. Curchanus with protecting Talia, not understanding, but empathizing, and being the confusion of like, don't feed the child to the rats, like trying to protect.
He has grown to very much care for the Vesparin over the past couple weeks, and this just rocked their world. Like confusion, sadness, anger, it's just playing through their mind. Oh, you guys are spectacular. Just all of you absolutely blow me away every time I get to be here.
I never have any idea what's going
on. But yeah, I'm Andrew. I have my own channel, Sir Hooper55 on Twitter, on Twitch. We're starting our one-shot parade for January soon, doing some Mothership, some Blades in the Dark, some 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons, some Pathfinder. We have a charity one-shot coming up, which super excited for. But yeah, if you like those things, come hang out. And just
all right.
I love you guys so much. You're all amazing.
Hooper, yes. You are absolutely an ally of the channel. We will be your shield maiden any day. Okay, to continue the train of just, oops, all MVPs, I'm going to point out, didn't expect anyone to get the backstory connection. Like, backstory RP, like, downtime RP lore drop, being the story of a young Talia having to fend off rats that were, like, chewing at her skin for sustenance. She poisoned herself and then poisoned the rats in doing so. Totally didn't expect anyone to get it. And then, Sam, you messaged me like, I know how to solve this problem.
Sam, did you actually know that story already?
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't. Yeah.
That's so crazy.
No, yeah, she pinged me.
Well done.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
No. So Ava and Talia, or Vesparin and Aaron, used to float in Dreamgate together all the time. After Ava was cursed for 10 years of slow motion craziness. So yeah, she knows a little bit about Vesparin's backstory, and I just like remembering things. But yeah, I am Sam Scribbles. I am right now just here every Sunday night, but Hooper did it. Shout out he did the Lost Caravan. Check out his channel; it is fantastic. You can catch me over there playing Pathfinder, or not Pathfinder, D&D 5e for the first time.
I'm coming
I'm
too.
super excited about. So I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm like committing something by playing D&D, but it's gonna be fantastic. And they Cooper is absolutely wonderful. And thank you, Sable Ardania, sorry, for the raid. We love all things Pathfinder, so congrats for streaming Pathfinder. But yeah, if you want any of the up-to-date information on Penny for a Tale, Weave the Tale, just check out our Twitter at Weave the Tale, at Penny_Tale, and it kind of has everything that's going on with their schedule. End of January, we're going to have a lot of amazing content over on Weave the Tale, so make sure you check it out and stay up to date because we're super excited. And I'm ready for some conversations with Dorf and Rook and Sailix because she's not happy.
We don't have time for all of that.
Yeah.
Everything's
All right.
gonna be fine.
It's fine.
So,
It's all okay.
the man, the myth, the legend. Mr. Smith, I heard you played all three tonight. How did that go?
Well, thank you for touche. I appreciate you letting me voice myself, I guess. At any rate. I am Mr. Smith. As I said before, thank you for the raid. Hope everyone enjoyed it. Rook is very eager for more conversation because I thoroughly enjoyed the RP that was going on and am ready to chew up some more, without a doubt. That was a lot of fun. Hoop, big shout out to you, man. Much appreciate you being here. Always good to have you. Thank you so very much. To my fellow castmates, you all were wonderful. I thoroughly enjoyed Pissed Off Ava. That was awesome. And I really enjoyed the flustered as fuck Sailix. That was brilliant. But you can catch me on the Twitterverse at Mr_Smith. If you enjoyed our shenaniganery, please tell your friends and other gamers about our little show here. Give us a watch, give us a follow, check us out, see us on all the things. Aside from that, Ian, thank you for a wonderful session. Once again, fantastic job. Okay. And just the prerequisite, fuck you, Ian.
There it is.
Yep.
I call it fuck you synthesis. I'm powered by it. Sustained. Is that me? Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Well,
it's your turn.
I want to shout out Smunchy, sponsor of the channel. When the Naltooth Kickstarter was going on, they came out with some art updates. This is from Naltooth Candlehurst, which I got to run. It was absolutely fantastic. Saw this art drop on Twitter. I'll link it if I can, if I don't pass out in the next 2 minutes. We're gonna raid Recall Knowledge. Again, what we used was Fantasy Grounds Unity. It was Pathfinder 2nd Edition. This was Book 6, Broken Promises of the Age of Ashes Adventure Path. That isn't a dragon. Written, by a writer that was actually on the channel for an interview. Please come back. I would love to ask you about what's coming next. And if you would like to see what's next, make sure to follow. If this is YouTube, you can subscribe because we will have Pathfinder going for as long as I live. So thank you so much for watching and good night.